everybody, and welcome to this week's TCG Online Locals. My name's Clem, and I'm here with PerfectKalcium. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you this week, Clem?
I'm doing all right. Pretty tired, but look, it's Thursday. It's almost the weekend, so we're getting
Yeah, and we
close.
have I was say we have 4 rounds of GA. What's more exciting? We're gonna hop into the weekend with a lot of verve. If you're me, you're gonna go to a store champs. You lose once, you leave. It's fine. Everything's good.
You lose. I hope you're not losing, but in case you lose, you can still scrub into the regionals coming up on Sunday. It's gonna be
Ooh, good idea.
posted on, I believe, the True Champion Gaming channel. So look forward to that. But other more exciting stuff for future
Yeah,
scrubs, like me. Look, I will scrub.
yeah, yeah.
Pantheon news, huh? We've seen a lot of boons coming
Oh, yeah,
out this week.
yes,
How you feel about
yeah.
them? Are you excited for Pantheon?
I am. Pantheon is one of the more interesting concepts, right? I've got a lot of friends. They play other TCGs, and but I think for them, no matter what TCG they play, they're always talking about singleton formats because the idea that you just need to get one card and you know you, that's the one that you own. You put it in the deck. You go ahead and play. So I've been slowly seeding the idea of Pantheon to everyone. I'm like, hey, you know what?
Good.
You get these extra things. It's in this lore. You don't have to read the lore. It's okay. I haven't read it either. So you know each one of these boons trying to help you play certain archetypes, certain classes, that sort of thing. And I think there's a lot of strength there when it comes to really locking in on very specific sort of play styles that they're looking to have you attempt in the singleton format.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And like we've seen, so for those who are not following, or like haven't been around, there have been a lot of lesser boons announced recently because there's going
Mhm.
to be a creator summit next weekend in Houston, as well as the dev stream for RDO happening next Sunday. So it's gonna be a really big weekend. But we've seen a lot of boons come out, and they're so different and so fun. And I'm really excited to make a lot of decks around them because like one of them generates a refurbish and gives you bonuses based on craft actions you activate. So that is exciting. It's like a Sword Saints
Yeah.
deck, but it's a singleton one, so it's not as strong at first
Mhm.
glance as a real Sword Saints deck. So it's exciting. Refurbish
Yeah, I
good.
think it's definitely really interesting to me, just the huge difference in what they're willing to cost certain effects. And as a player who's looking for just sort of the way that they construct deck building, I'm interested in the way that they design the game as part of playing the game. Seeing how they sort of value some of these effects is really interesting, especially in this new format. Sort of telling us, we think that a prep counter is worth ever so much, and we think that you can get it this early, and that's fair.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Pantheon, even if you're not going to play it, is still really interesting. It's an interesting insight into the actual main game as well.
I agree with you. And like I think everyone has abandoned decks somewhere. Like there is no way that it's not like if you've played Grand Archive, you've looked at a card and been like, man, I really want to play this. It's really fun. And then built a deck and then realized, oh wait,
Mhm.
it just gets destroyed by everything in the meta. Now, here is your chance for Pantheon to play it and have a little extra support with the
Mhm.
boons and the Pantheon barrier if it like takes a bit of time for it to survive. The Pantheon barrier gives you 6 damage that you can just live through. So no aggro decks
Yeah.
to destroy your dreams.
Yeah, I mean, I think even a few days ago, I was sorting through some cards, and I looked at some cards from like A and B, and I was like, why don't we play this? This is a great card. I was like, oh wait, never mind, hold on. And then there was that moment where I went, well, hold on though. If we just had one of these in Pantheon, that changes a lot. Actually, this is where this could possibly shine. And I put it aside, and hoping someone tells me that that's right, because otherwise, I'll just follow my
I
usual.
believe.
Okay, we'll see. Speaking of believing, seeing is believing with double wind for our first round. These look pretty interesting to me.
Oh,
Uh,
this is amazing. Like these two decks, one of
these
them
are
has
great.
seen well, both of these decks have shined before. We're gonna be seeing Serene Wind Robots Tony versus like a mix of robots and allies, Lorraine. So
Yeah, pretty safe to call it just like Win Lorraine allies, but it does have some robots in there mixed in.
Synergy in it. So it's a very 2024 January matchup, I think. We're kind of having a little blast from the past here. And
I just noticed.
glance. Oh,
I just
what?
noticed that if we look at this Tony deck, it's got one of possibly everyone's favorite card. I'm gonna call it for you, even if it's not one of your favorite cards. Overlord Mark III.
It is. I love it. It's a vast robot. It's like as close as we can get to like oh my god, I wanted to say it so fast. You know the robot that assembles from Fight Voltron? It's as close as we can get to
Yeah,
like Voltron. It's really cool. I love it. It's
yeah. We assemble it out of 4 power cells, and then
yeah.
it's really really strong. And then someone dream fairies it, and you go, well, it
Don't
was on
say
the
that.
field.
No, please.
If this is unfortunately, as a person who attempted to build an Overlord deck, into Wind into Wind Lorraine is when you're gonna get that Dream Fairy, almost guaranteed.
Yeah, unfortunately, you do see the four Dream Fairies on number four side, so it's pretty tough. But look, I always talk about how I'm a Wind Eyes player, but in
Mhm.
the past, I don't know how many, almost a year, we haven't had a fun Wind Allies matchup. So this is my game here. Look at the
Oh yes,
classic
this is what the
double
classic.
lurking start from number four. Look, it's great. It tickles my fancy, and I'm excited to
Oh
see how this goes because it's two like classic-ish decks because we've seen an Overlord deck shine before, although I believe it was Water Overlord. It's been a while, and it
yes,
didn't
it was
like
Water Overlord.
go that far, unfortunately.
Well, that's fine because we have it here today. We're already seeing that Gentle Respite come out for floating, and Tony won as well. So protecting, the allies from those 2 lurkings is going to be pretty important.
Yeah, and the
Getting
good
that
thing about
taunt.
Tony One is now that he has taunt for this whole turn. So any ally that Devonel plays here is going to be protected, which is incredibly exciting. And I believe that's a Cell Vanguard. There's a lot of very similar allies that do the same thing over and over again in robots, especially if you're building up to an Overlord Mark III cast like activation because
Yeah.
you really want them power cells. It's a cell
So
generator.
right, a cell generator. So, uh, for those who don't know, cell generator is one of our foster allies. So we haven't seen too much, too many foster decks. But Tony's ability here, just like Clem said, very important. Being able to protect that cell generator because it will almost certainly become fostered. Being to the other side is also a
Yeah.
complete ally strategy. So on foster is going to summon 2 power cells, and we already saw a manufacture cell. So that's going to be 3 power cells out of our 4 that are needed for Overlord. You can't see it. Clem is already clapping in the background.
I'm
So
excited.
yeah, no, this is great. So yeah, even with that strong push on 2 lurkings, 3 power cells. Not only that, 3 power cells, of course, does represent 2 power apiece. For any given automaton, and guardian and warrior can both use rallied advance. So I'm just gonna check the deck list real quick. Uh,
Yeah, they
okay, so we don't see that
can.
on Tony, but
Unfortunately, yeah, there isn't one in here, but no, there is. Wait, oh, they're done for Tony.
yeah.
The rally advance is there for number four, so we're gonna be seeing some shenanigans. Oh,
Oh,
the
there's one
one
of our
that
dream
one
fairies.
thing that Tony can protect you from is Dream Fairy. So, but hear me out. That's
Mhm.
-1 Dream Fairy activation for Overlord. Now, if we disregard the fact that number four has displaces, and I believe he also applies no, he doesn't have reclaims. He has displaces. That is a total of 7 Dream Fairy activations that are possible, which are now down to six. Only six left.
Only 6 more Dream Fairies to work through. The classic adage you have to think about when you're playing against Lorraine. Terrafraying. That's interesting. So this could be another chance at our fostering, just sort of making our opponent have to really consider whether or not they want to go into something like Cell Generator. In this case, we're going to get a Charge Mannequin. One thing I noticed, but I thought was pretty interesting here, Tony is playing Unmake Duality, but our and a lot of times, of course, in the modern day, we see Unmake Duality alongside the Looking Glass. In this case, though, the we're seeing the Mercurial Heart as the divine relic. So that's pretty interesting. We're just gonna get that single buff counter on one of our automatons, and then we can either sacrifice it for Unmake Duality or use it as a power cell for our Overlord.
Overlord Power Cell. Yeah, it's actually, I think it's really good. This is one of the few times when you will see Mercurial Heart even played. So it's really nice to see one, it being played, two, it having multiple usages other than just, oh, come in, give a buff counter. Like, that's not that big of a deal. But when you have multiple usages of it enables your overlords, maybe, and
Mhm.
you get to use Unmake Duality on it, it becomes like a very versatile and powerful card.
Yeah, see a Charge Directive. So one of the very first command cards we ever saw, actually, in GA. Interestingly, going directly for the Spirit, not taking off one of the lurkings. So I think we're really relying on our terraforming there to make sure that we sort of continue to stay on the board. But we do have our power cell, so our charge mannequin is charged. And yes, there we go. Our terraforming. Very whispers. I
It is.
didn't see what was revealed though, unfortunately.
We'll find out shortly, I'm sure.
Yeah,
There
backup
is
charger.
charged away. Look at
Gonna
the
see.
the two power cell decks. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, these days, we have a lot, like you mentioned, right? This is a very blast from the past sort of thing. These days, there are of course lots of other cards that we lovingly refer to, at least at local sometimes. Backup Charger 2, Backup Charger 3, all kinds of flavors. But the original Backup Charger, of course, giving you a power cell, pretty important, especially for any of these automaton decks.
And the thing is, you were saying like, oh, it's not really, but number four doesn't play any turbocharges, so I think that the power cell from uh charger is gonna go on to either that Shimmer Cloak Assassin or maybe Rose, maybe who
Angelica.
knows,
Yeah.
any windmill engine, wait, windmill engineer is a human, but any of the allies just to push more damage, which is another thing we don't really see anymore. The power cells being used for the automaton usage that they were intended for, charge your robots instead of draw cards.
Oh, you didn't think the original uses was we're gonna fracturize it and then use it as a fractal
uh
forever?
I forgot it was supposed to be a reservable fractal all this
Yeah, it was
time.
only supposed to be a reservable fractal. That's what it was in the notes. They just sort of missed it when they were publishing. Uh, I'm very excited actually to see whether or not, on perhaps next turn, when we get that unrested power cell, whether or not we're going to get perhaps a rallied advance or second wind combo by leveling up into Lorraine and just
It's
letting loose 4-8 damage, basically.
Look at the card. It's the card.
All right, so this is this might be one of your few chances, at least in the current meta on stream, to see Mercurial Heart come out, Divine Relic
So,
for.
are
Okay,
you? Are we gonna see a Mark III this turn? Is the Overlord coming out
2, 3.
or
If
not
we have a
yet?
if we have a manufacturer cell, we could see it. We
Surely,
already played
surely the
one.
Mark III is incoming.
It has to be. This
I
game cannot end until we see it.
exactly. Look, there's three power cells. A fourth is really easy to get, and then you get your big boy coming out. Now, unfortunately, even though it is such a massive investment, it's not an immediately win the game kind of card.
No.
But at least it has intercept, spell shroud, steadfast, and true sight. So like if you hit it, it'll hit back, and it can take care of the dream fairy. But you need another one to take care of a dream. Like there it's kind of a problem where it has true sight, which is awesome for dream fairy, but you need it to take care of the Dream Fairy. So then, if you get Dream Fairy, you're in an impasse.
Yeah, and we see sort of another classic thing with wind allies up top, where currently, thanks to being upright, being awake, every single ally on number four's board has stealth. So,
It it really does, and it has it has ambush. I always
oh yes,
mix ambush and retort up because I play Mortal Ambition and it just gives everything.
oh yeah, I love moral ambition. Well, one thing I do want to point out, it is only at level one, and so number four only being a spirit, we
Oh,
can't ambush it. We're simply saving our
true. Not
board.
yet.
Yeah, but
Not
it's still, I
yet.
mean, every single one of these being uh basically unavailable to attack outside of, I guess, a hurricane sweep or any other sort of cleave currently is a huge
I
advantage.
mean, a Hurricane Sweep on level 2 Tenoris is pretty good attacking for what? Without a weapon, it's 3 plus 2.
Four. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It'd be
So,
four without a weapon.
yeah,
Uh, but
yeah,
usually,
it's
Tony's gonna go ahead and bring out uh one of the swords. That being said, looking through the
Oh,
deck, I don't
wait!
see.
That is
Here it is.
crazy! Number 4, bring it out. Something that I believe, like, every person, even if you're just beginning to learn the game, you've seen this at least in a demo deck. The classic ornamental greatsword coming out.
Yeah,
It
giving
gives
it.
an ally +1 until end of turn. Oh,
Okay, and we're gonna sacrifice our power cell, so that's gonna give us another +2.
right? That Shimmercook is kind of massive, but it's only big in its attacks. So,
Yeah,
you
is
know what is
four in
really
hand.
good at stopping it? Cycling Trap?
Yeah, I was gonna say, looking for a stifling trap here. That would be a pretty big play. Let's see, yeah, a lot of times, especially Lorraine, Wind Allies decks, the ideal would sort of be that you had an Androidica come out to give it a +1/+1,
Yep.
just to avoid that 2 damage from stifling trap. But in this case, uh, if you can go ahead and try to win the game, I don't see, there's no particular reason that you wouldn't, especially because I'm almost certain there's a second wind in hand or a rallied advance. I believe it's going to be second wind
Wait,
here from this
there
play.
is no, there is
No
no
stifling trap.
cycling trap.
If there's
No, this
a
is
second wind, that's gonna, yeah, there it is, gonna
yeah,
end it.
second win. So that's another +1. So now it's a 6/2, and then it'll get attack for another 6, which is even if Devanel were level 3, that would be enough. That would be lethal here. Oh, come on. I kind of not love this. This is just fun. Especially when it's a matchup like this and you just throw allies and have fun. So, come
Yeah,
on.
this is Grand Archive. If you've never seen Grand Archive, this is the way Grand Archive Solid are intended. Just allies on allies, trying to figure out how to own the board, and then one ally swings in for six twice.
Clearly, this is the classic Grand Archive. Yeah, even through the Serene Spirit, that was enough. It was
Yeah.
pretty tough. It was so much damage in like out of nowhere that I completely forgot about the Serene Spirit on Demonel's side even. Now, PK, do you want to look at sideboards real quick?
Yeah, of course. Let's take a look at our Tenaris player sideboard first. Nullifying Lantern, I don't think so, but 2 Resolute Stance, almost certainly coming
Yeah.
in. 3 Stolen Chance, we've seen that a lot. Unfortunately, there are no prep counters on the other side, so you're not going to draw anything. Topsy Decrees, I think, will actually leave the deck to go into the sideboard, but our Tony
Yeah.
player does have the ability to have 4 Topsy Decree if needed. I don't think so. No Scatter Essence. Vertigus Decree is a toss-up in my opinion. So you're not going to need it to get rid of any Fantasia there, but the +2 and or here's the big thing: if they go in for their big turn, they don't have anything else. They don't have any more cards left to do any sort of ally tricks. You can of course suppress the ally that's coming in big, and it'll get rid of all of its temporary power buffs there. So I
Yeah,
could see those.
I think you're right. I think we're gonna be seeing Verdict Decree. Like, there's not much
Yeah,
in terms of protection from Devanel, so he really needs all the edges he can get, and at worst, it's just gonna be more damage. So I have to agree with you on that. Though,
yeah.
I
Number
think we also
4.
see the Verdict decrease from number 4. It's just very similar sideboards,
Hmm.
except there are no resolutes for number 4. He's playing a bit more risque with one deflecting edge. And that's it for damage prevention. There's extortion schemes and orb of ceilings.
Yeah, it's a bit hard, I think, to if you're number 4 to know that you might want the extortion schemes because you haven't seen an
Yeah.
overlord. You might consider it. You saw a lot of power cells, but I think there is also the sort of inkling that they might just be trying to do what you did to them just
Yeah.
before. So no particular need to bring in the extortion scheme. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think just Vertigus Decree and Deflecting Edge. Uh, you you know they're Tony. You don't need that Orb of Sealing and Stolen Chance. Once again, uh, almost certainly nothing here. That being said, there are a lot of decks, especially ally decks, that are running um, Undeniable Truth, if I'm thinking of the right card. Yes, in order to sacrifice an ally, that can do
Yeah.
quite a lot of different tricks. But the big thing for you, if you were to run Stolen Chance, is that they do get a preparation counter, so you could draw a card
Yeah,
off of
but
that
what are they
system.
gonna do? I mean, I guess, yeah, in
It's a.
a world,
I don't think we're
you
gonna see it.
could do
Yeah.
it, but I don't think it's worth signing it in for that. Though, pretty
If
cool
you're
interaction for Pantheon for when you build your allies, like anti-ally Pantheon deck, you know?
Yeah. Look, if you're listening to the stream and we've never met, you've never played me, that's why I lose. I just go, well, what if they did something absolutely crazy and I was able to, they do it. And I go, stolen chance. I figured it out. I'm always looking for that edge.
Your
Yeah.
plays, your plays are too smart.
I'm
Okay,
4 years
same old,
ahead
same
of the
old.
game. Yeah.
Actually, you've been playing Pantheon since Dawn of Ashes
Yes,
first edition,
that
actually.
is my excuse. Yes, that is yes. That's what's been happening.
Yeah,
Uh,
look at that. Gentle Respite from
Gentle
Devanel coming out
Respite.
classic first play. And
Yeah,
then passing it to number 4. Sup?
Yeah, yeah, we've been seeing gentle respite quite a lot this season, especially with the Serene. The rules change, of course, essentially ensuring that your opponent, unless they have some, very specific plays, are going to have more influence than you when you're a Serene Spirit. So pretty
Yeah.
good. Okay.
Oh, Eternal
Eternal Magistrate.
Magistrate. Not a card you see very often. Now, if they imbued it, that means that they are afraid of an activation or a possible dungeon guide from Devanel, even though we haven't seen it. If you were in number 4's shoes, having seen what we've seen from Devanel's deck, would you have imbued the Eternal Magistrate?
I think so. I don't think there's any particular. So you haven't seen the level 3, but it could just be, many people they don't draw the dungeon guide. You can see they're clearly building up to something. So I think as long as the information that you're revealing isn't, too crazy, and I don't think there's anything you could really reveal at this point after the first game. They know
Mhm.
you're Lorraine. They know you're on an ally kind of strategy. Almost certainly some level of robot, or you just got lucky. And either way, you have so many allies. Not a huge deal, I think, to show 2 allies and imbue the Eternal Magistrate just for safety, because you never know if they just didn't draw their dungeon guide.
Yeah, you're right. It is. There is no real downside with, especially with what number 4 revealed to us about it. So I'm excited
You're
to see. Now, that is one of the cell people,
Cell
but
assembly. Yeah.
the thing is, there's one of the cards that has 2 different promo versions, and that's even
You're
more
right.
confusing. There's a lot of power cell and robots, power cell generation and robots, that are a bit silly. Now, the cells that were coming out and not being paid the 2 for a power cell means that Devonel either wants to build board and conserve his influence, or he just doesn't have the mark, so he's going for a more cautious approach of not overdoing it.
Yeah, I wonder
With
if last time the Overlord was in hand, and that's why there was a sort of small rush to try and get those power cells as quickly as possible. But in this case, uh, they might want to hold up interaction or be able to use their own backup charger based on their influence.
true. That
That being
could
said,
be. I feel like if you're gonna play this card for like raw without paying the extra 2, especially in a robot based deck, an automaton deck, you're scared. Like you really just want to start pushing damage. It's really valid considering what number 4 did their last game. Third materialization, I believe, and the game was already over. So it's very fair to wanna balance protecting your allies, dealing damage, and also trying to get your influence up. And like you said, if you're going for a backup charger, technically at the end of the day, you're still up one ourselves, so could work.
yeah, our Eternal Magistrate just hopping in to hit Tenoris for 1, but Ace and Protector coming over it. So we're going to lose that immune status, but it's also possible, of course, that uh, you know, we don't really
Can
care. We're just gonna get
re-imbue
our Aeson
again?
out there. Yeah, exactly. We can always imbue it again. Not a huge deal. And Aeson looks like we're gonna leave it up to protect ourselves. So
Yeah,
there's a backup charge as well.
there's a backup charger, so at the end of the day, same amount of power cells as if no backup charger was played. So Davanel is being more comfy. Well, oh yeah, if no backup charger was played, but we still had
Yeah, I think
the
that's something that Daenerys unfortunately just had to sort of make a decision there. If they had any sort of interaction, it might have been important, like a stifling trap to stop like a Dream Fairy or something on number four's side. And then I think they knew that they were only going to get one power cell, sort of either way. So I think they
yep.
opted for the, holding up interaction a little safer and then getting the backup charger. Uh, Here we see another charge directive looking to take out this Aeson, I believe. It's going to go ahead and actually, with Cell Assembler's 2-1 stat line, it's actually big enough to take out this 3-4.
Which is kind of crazy, but it shows you the power of allies using attack cards.
Yeah,
So
definitely. Gotta look through the deck list to see if we can find the other. Can't remember the name, but it's the
no,
wind
it's
one.
not going down.
Oh,
Number 4 does have the stifling trap, unlike unfortunately Devil Wait, wait,
oh,
back
counter
and forth.
interference. Yeah.
Interference protecting the ally. Look, this is so much more fun than old wind allies because there's interaction, ways to protect your allies. Look, I don't question the questioning tone. I'm having fun. I'm having
Yeah.
fun watching them play a beautiful dance of wind allies, not just booga booga, I hit you.
Well, that's the end of every Wind Allies match. But you're right. Wind on wind, especially Wind Allies on Wind Allies, is this okay? Are we gonna see a second stifling? Oh, there's that deflecting. Okay,
Damn,
deflecting
the
edge.
one is it one of the
Well, there are
three of
yeah
there's 2
3 of now.
main.
Yeah. So I think, oh, that's so unfortunate. It also looks like we chose not to sacrifice a power cell to draw a card. So and like you said though, that's the classic win dance, right? We're looking for board control, and not only that, uh, as we play our interaction, we're also looking for essentially influence control. So choosing not to sacrifice that power cell may become an issue in the future. We'll have to see. But that Aeson being up is definitely an issue right now. Only 2
Yeah.
cards left in hand. Yeah, you can't even play like a charged mannequin to go in. It's an unfortunate trade this turn.
Yeah, counter interference is such a rare. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a counter interference being played because it's like it's a norm negate, but it cares about power cells, and it's only for triggers and action cards. What? Who would ever play this card? And then you see it, but then obviously number 4 had the second answer.
Yeah. Uh, so taking a look, Fairy Whispers. Well, yeah, we're just cycling through, trying to get to something here. There's no huge defense on Tony's side. Uh, two power cells to one, but that one power cell, of course, if we find the right ally, will be worth a little more just because of our rallied advances and second wins. Another ASIN. Okay, so we could see the return here of our Eternal Magistrate. And then just basically setting up another turn. And if our Tony player doesn't have, any further allies, we would definitely be in trouble. Showing a long tail Grooves Ward.
Yeah, I feel that.
Two of
Another
them.
one, two long-tailed
Oh,
growth
Windmill.
wards.
Yeah. So that's part of the this specific Lorraine deck not being fully robots, as we just showed three humans. Well, and two of them being human animals. And Asen over Windmill, another classic win play. Unfortunately, with only two cards in hand, you know, you know that he can't threaten a Stifle to go ahead and take out that Windmill or anything, any other interaction to sort of
Yeah,
not let you get that
that's
Asen properly.
at last. Demonel might have the chance to take care of one of these Asins. Already a lot of investment into taking care of one Asin, and I mean it's still worth it. I think looking at this board currently, two power cells only for Demonel. Tony's taunt is gone. Number 4 having, we know that he has at least 3 allies, revealing two, like, revealing for the imbu two uh long tail Groves Guards and the Eternal Magistrate, and two Aces being on board. You know that it's a terrifying hand board potentially. His influence is insanely big because he plays one or two cards every single turn, and he still like evens out, draws one or two cards as well. So it's not looking very good. Devil now having
Oh,
his own
or
Asin.
only
Are
Asen.
we gonna see? Huh? Wait, what
Okay,
was?
so that's interesting. Okay, so this is likely going to be a judge call. Uh,
Yeah, there's a lot
yeah,
of.
we could bring up Asen real quick, just so if you
Yeah,
haven't seen it,
Asen
let's go ahead and read
Protector
it.
is a human, and he has to return himself to hand.
Yeah, there it is on
I
screen.
believe there was a little tixie backsies happening here.
Yeah.
Being like, wait a
So
second, I cannot do that.
yeah, so the big thing here is Ace and Protectors on enter. So of course we all know that Ace and Protector is very strong, but the on enter is return target ally you control to its owner's hand. So previously we saw number 4 return not only the Eternal Magistrate but also the Windmill Engineer. So that is part of the win value engine, where we're going essentially neutral in order to play this relatively strong ally here. Unfortunately, that does mean, though, you cannot play it out by itself because its on enter will ask you to return target ally, and if Asen's the only ally you have to return itself back to hand.
Yeah, and you cannot use a power cell on it because power cells can only charge automatons. Humans are,
Yes.
I believe, we do not work off of electricity being plugged into us. I think it does quite the opposite of making us stronger. So, unfortunately, that is not possible. Even though Asen looks pretty cool in his armor and like a robot, but I think that would make it so that he's getting fried even more if we plug him into a socket. So, tough.
Oh man. I guess that I've been doing it wrong the whole time. I was just like, surely they can eat batteries. You guys are fine. Okay. This though
Yeah.
is a legal
Okay.
play and a great way to get rid of one of the Asens.
Yeah.
Uh
Unfortunately, that's minus two power cells and a lot of things.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh
say
wait,
maybe
no.
made one.
Devanel didn't have the influence to sacrifice both of them
Okay.
to take to deal even more damage. So there's just but the ASIN is still taken care of. So there's still -1 ASIN. Oh wait, no, never mind. He did have the influence. He just didn't want to overkill.
Yeah.
And a manufacturer cell coming out as well, so that power cell immediately comes back rested.
And replacing itself. So we're gonna keep our total influence. Looks like a 5. And with that
Yes.
terrapring,
A
okay.
6.
So here we still see a little bit of trouble. Not a huge deal, I think, either way for Lorraine to go ahead and level up into Lorraine. Uh,
Wow. Leveling up is unheard of in this economy. A Veiling Breeze, yeah, the Veiling Breeze is pretty good, but it's not like it's not as important in this matchup as it would be, especially with number four's board, especially looking at Demonel and number four's boards respectively. Because I don't think that cell assembler is gonna be here for a long time.
No, unfortunately, I think even if you hadn't seen a misplayed ASIN, it's still very worth against a win deck to try and make sure their board is clear so that they're unable to play things like ASIN. And unfortunately, here, Terraframe, that 2 is very easily paid out of the pretty large influence on number 4's side. Oh, okay. And looks like we're going to use our Lorraine, who's sort of seeking. Take out that cell assembler. And probably another 2 I could see just for the ASIN to go in for 3. Okay.
Yeah, one, two.
We're going to pay for.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
Shimmer
that
Club.
makes sense. The Shimmer Cloak is definitely gonna be sticking around for long enough because she has stealth, and Devonel doesn't have a lot of ways to take care of stealth allies. So, if anything, that guarantees that number four at least has something on the board every single turn.
Yeah, I think Devanel
Oh,
definitely looking for a Dream Fairy at this point. That's one of the few ways you're going to get through. You did see one Stifle Trap get used. Let's see, they are running 3, and which is very common these days to only run 3. I think in the past with just the cards that we had, a lot of times we would just run 4, and of course, a lot of people sometimes they'll keep the 4th in their sideboard these days in a Win Allies deck, but 3 very common. So you can basically guarantee that there's 2 more, but do they have it in their hand? Who knows? But Dream Fairy might be your best way out of this right now.
that Enfeebling Orb is also not awful, though. Number four's influence is still quite massive, and you have to survive long enough to be able to use it. And to use it in a protective way, you have to survive for quite a while. Because number four, even if you put down, if I put down 2 cards, he will have an influence of 5 next turn, which is actually perfectly enough for a power cell sacrifice and a second wind. There's Clarent as well, so Ornamental Greatsword and Clarent Vanish for Clarent
Ooh.
Reimagined. So more attacks for number four.
And not only that, Claret Reimagined here, I think, is a very strong play. So we have our Tony player holding up 7 cards, I believe, from the dice there. So if you were to, go all in on this Shimmer Cloak Assassin, we could see, of course, sort of the reverse play here, right? Where we're going to see a Stifling Trap into the Shimmer Cloak, etc. But the Clarent, a lot of people, of course, think about it being used to protect Lorraine, but in this case, we should remember it actually is target unit, and it is preventing 2 non-combat damage, of which Stifling Trap is exactly 2 non-combat damage. So, ooh, uh, Zephyr though, great play there. So that avoids the Clarent thing right
Good.
there. But
Finally. Yep. Yep. That goes around everything that Clarent could do. As in, yeah, that for Devanel. So it also means that number four sacrificed his power cell in vain. Unfortunately for Devanel, it didn't force the second wind out of number four's hand yet. But also, the
ooh,
gamble there is massive. Fairy
let's just
Whispers?
see the Vertigus Decree suppressing the ASIN for this turn in response to that Fairy Whispers.
Yeah, it's and
Another
throwing another favorite whispers.
classic.
So that Shimmer Cloak Assassin is gonna go back to hand, but at least it's not as awful as the Asen returning itself back. Or wait,
Well, yeah,
yeah,
okay. I was gonna say,
Windmill Engineer coming back is even better. I forgot that
yeah.
was still there, still
So
hiding away in number four sand.
yeah, so that is sort of the trouble there, especially doing it relatively early into the turn. Uh, our opponent, or we've sort of shown our opponent, what's possible. They get to order things, so they'll go ahead and just get a free card into memory, essentially. Uh, Only one damage, so we did save ourselves quite a bit of life there, but unfortunately, just one turn, and at the cost of two cards, that's a difficult trade for us.
Yeah, it's paying two. Putting your whole hand down, having no allies on board, just to take care of your opponent's board is exactly what number four wants to see here. Like,
Yes.
yeah, it's a really advantageous position for him, regardless of missing a turn, because I made Devanel go down two cards. Secreting a command for Devanel is interesting. I there's not like there's any way for number four to deal damage. What do you think that is for?
Uh,
Dream
Safeguard
Fairy.
Amulet. Oh, Dream Fairy. Okay. Safeguard
Good.
Amulet in this time. So, of course, players aren't looking at each other's material decks, but we are. Uh, I think, to be honest, the biggest thing here is there's nothing really else to bring out. Smoke bombs, when we have no allies, it would be just a cycle a card, and the cards in our hand. Oh, Stifling Trap into Dream Fairy, unfortunately. Uh, just
Okay.
to cycle a card. The cards in our hand, we might have wanted to keep, the cards that we put onto memory. Windbest Kite Shield, not really doing anything for us. Purifying Thurible is probably the only other thing that I would bring out just to be able to draw another card. But unfortunately, because we had used our cards, that turn, we would be unable to activate it during pre-recollection. So there's probably a calculation there where, you don't know exactly what they're going to do, but Safeguard Amulet being out wouldn't necessarily be bad per se.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is exactly how you fall behind in these Wind Allies decks, needing to use so much to protect yourself. And with no allies on board, can really sit you back. And number four, bringing out the poison coating wall. So that Shimmer Cloak Assassin essentially has a power cell once again. There's a second win for him as well. So that this is going to be game over because Devonel is still level 1, so he cannot resolute stand for free. And number 4 has all the answers. He has two cards in hand. But I don't is there any answer that he can give PK that
I
he
think
can pay for one with for?
I think the only thing, unfortunately, you could even begin to get out of it with two cards would have to be a Veiling Breeze, right? Veiling Breeze, you show four wind, and then that would blunt the attack of this second winded Shimmer Cloak. But once again, that's another card out of your influence, so this is likely game over. But let's take a look. So that Poison Coating
Please,
Oil,
Wailing Breeze.
second wind.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, there's
so
no Veiling Breeze here.
that is, I believe, going to be game. My math is a lot of very often. My math is off, however.
Well, it is
And
okay.
oh
So we do have our
wait,
Serene.
Serene
Yeah,
Wind.
unless we have another second wind here. Yes. Okay.
Never mind.
You know,
Who
you know
needs?
what? That's unfortunate for Tony, but I love to see a Lorraine win like that. Let's go. Let's go,
That is
Lorraine.
kind of insane. The wind wake up, living up to its name and waking up, and being robots, doing robot stuff. So the look, I love it.
Yeah.
Sad Tony didn't win a game, but no matter who won here, I would have been happy. Like it's a
Yeah,
Wind
we
Allies
win, the
mirror.
audience wins. Yeah. Wind allies
Exactly.
wins. Either way. So good job.
True.
Let's go,
The
win
thing
allies.
is,
Hmm?
we haven't like for a long time Wind Allies was a problem. Everyone was like, it's such a boring way to play this game. It sucks. There is no creativity in it. But we saw two entirely different Wind Allies here. They haven't been a deck for really like a deck as in a competitive sense for a really long time. So seeing it back and being like, obviously it was a mirror, so it was kind of like, oh, no matter who wins, it was gonna be a win deck winning. But it looked really promising. Like it didn't look like it doesn't stand a chance against the current aggro decks or like Serio would be really painful, but you know you could still just kill before the Serio, or number four had enough damage there to just kill a Serio with raw damage, you know.
Mhm.
So I think it really has a chance, and obviously number four has been in the community for a really long time. He took a little bit of break from playing, but now he's back, so he has a lot of experience playing Wind Allies from in the day when Wind Allies was everything that we played. So it's really nice to see someone come back and do something, like play something classic.
Yeah. Uh, Pretty much all the win allies we've seen, in any recent time have been either Seryu with win allies, just sort of attached,
Yeah.
or win wake up, which while it is win allies, while it does basically do what we saw, here, it does it pretty differently. And as a longtime win allies player, I just couldn't really get the lock on it. It just didn't feel
I'm not
quite
gonna
right.
claim it as a wind ally deck, okay? It has one
Well,
ally,
it's officially on stream now.
happens
We're
to
not
be
claiming it.
wind.
Yeah.
I'm not
Clem and
claiming
PK.
it.
We're not claiming
Not
it.
what it
This is
was.
not part of it. You hear that, Wind Wake Up players? You hear that? That's you're not one of us.
Well, okay, the thing is, it depends on what kind of wind wake up it is, because Mad Hatter wind the wake up shenanigans is
Yes.
like it's just ranged. But if you do wind wake up like number four did wind wake up, it has all the classics. It has a lot of 3-cost 2/3s. It does funny things by waking up, and it's just like I feel like Mad Hatter Wind Wake Up is a combo deck, and this Wind
Mhm.
Wake Up can win without waking your allies up. Meanwhile, it's a lot harder to in Mad Hatter if you don't hit the Ranger boots. So you lose the
Mhm.
gamble. Like sorry, if you hit the Ranger
Your
boots,
Yeah, if you hit your
and then so
strides.
you lose the gamble. Yeah, you hit Ranger strides. You lose the gamble, then it's kind of falls apart. If you don't have the Mad Hatter, there are ways to win, but it becomes significantly slower. Meanwhile, number four's deck doesn't really. Like
Yeah.
it's still allies, just pump the board.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, it's the difference
that's why
between
it's
sort of
different.
high rolly, and of course, the modern Wind Wake Up decks are not, totally reliant on a high roll. They do have, of course, a relatively well developed mid game now that people have really explored the deck.
Yep.
But it is, your sort of ideal turn is definitely much more high rolly than the old Wind Allies deck that we saw here, which is just sort of a steady march to board control. So that was, of course, very pivotal here. Not letting your opponent have things like Ace, and not letting your opponent even have that cell assembler, right? That like with a
Yeah.
single charge directive, it could take out one of our allies. No, we're not going to allow that. We're going to start doing little tricks here and there. And even even bringing back deflecting edge, just to say,
Yes.
hey, I don't want to lose this ace, and it's going to be key in my board control. So yeah, you have a much more sort of steady march to victory. Like you said, you don't need the second wind, but of course, if your opponent is hands down, your second win is basically going to guarantee you that win.
Yeah. Yeah. I absolutely agree with you. So
uh,
it's
hmm?
different, but it was really fun to see
Yes.
this matchup, and I really hope that we get to see more of it, because Ascent Houston was won by Wind Allies. Remember that, people.
The
This
history.
map, yes, the road to Caben being one of the best players in the game started with Wind Allies. Therefore, it's a good day. My logic is flawless. Don't question it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's if you're listening uh to the stream, to the VOD, you know, feel free to disagree with us, but Clem's not wrong. That's the trick. It doesn't matter. Taking a look, actually, I'm really interested in this deck just to see, because this was not sort of our traditional like all-in robots, everyone just looking for a robot. We saw a good mix of humans as well as robots, and even though our Shimmercloak Assassin, which is an automaton, went ahead and won the game for us, we we saw, of course, the win value engine with the windmill engineer. We saw Longtail Gruesword. Now, of course, they weren't play. They were they were just revealed, but that fast activation, especially after level 1, definitely a bigger part of board control. These slightly newer cards from the time that we previously saw, just all in automatons. And I think the other thing is we don't see, unlike the Chernara side, we don't see any sort of automaton commands. We don't see
Yep.
charge directive. We don't see, oh, what's the wind one? I can't remember what it's called for allies. Eternal directive. Yeah. So definitely just very ally focused, very board focused, and then just making sure that you win the game through steady damage.
You just gotta go. It has Brisk Wind Trotter, which is like I feel like is a staple nowadays in wind decks that play any kind of allies. Because I would argue that Horse and Taxes is not okay. It's really hard categorizing Horse and Taxes because essentially it's a mid-range deck, I think, because you go to level 3, you kind of stall your opponent out until you can kill them, but your board presence doesn't, like, after you hit level 3 and you have your horse is in the best case scenario on board,
Mhm.
you're not doing much, just hitting. So it goes between this weird ally mid-range, but it's like it's in a weird spot where I think we just don't have a word, like a category that we can put it in.
Like, yeah, I mean, I would say it's like an early mid range. I don't think that's even a thing. But we try to turbo up to our Vanitas, and our champion basically becomes an extra ally for us at 3 power, which is
Yep.
crazy. And we're just trying to make sure that we always get in on that champion damage to tax our opponent. And I think you're right. If there are horses out there, that's fantastic because the horses are really strong. But did you need the horses? No, you can wait a little bit. And these, the current horse and taxes deck, honestly, my favorite thing they've added is the Lava Soul Tiger. I think the tiger
Oh my
being
god,
in there
yeah, it's
is so
genius.
funny. It's so good.
Like, you have a couple of options. If you draw enough cards, you just put down a 5/5, and it's even more damage you suddenly are pushing.
Yeah,
So
it's Pride 3, not a problem in Horse and Taxes. Something people always kind of forget. So yeah, Lava Soul Tiger getting in there is oh, chef's kiss. I love that.
yep, yeah. It's fun to see these like odd cards really shine in some of these decks because I think that's what a lot of people also complain about of like, oh, there are so many bad cards in Grand Archive. Like I open a pack and like 11 out of the 12 cards are not usable, or like 7 out of the 8 cards are not usable. But I think one, with Pantheon coming out, you can definitely
Hmm.
make them playable. Two, you just gotta find a way. Like Lava Soul Tiger is a horrible card when you open it. It's a 5
Yes.
cost 5/5 Pride 3 and some Tamer class bonus that
Yeah,
you
it's
don't
just
even use in the
no one's ever
Vanitas
used that
deck.
Hammer class bonus. No one's ever done it. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, so
Yeah, but
like
yeah, it
it's not a
finds a
good
home
card,
in
but it's
Vanitas.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Well, I think that's the
it's
thing.
pretty awesome. And
Yeah, like
I love to see that.
yes, yeah, no, finding a home in Horse and Taxes is one, smart, two, funny, and three, like you said, it does make use of a card that people just sort of wrote off for a very long. I mean, Lava Soul Tiger is, yeah, okay, it's AMB, so but I think definitely I don't think it was in any decks in AMB except for maybe like a odd Merlin deck here or there, just someone trying to play a 5/5. Same thing, sort of like with Geldis Terror of Domegia. Just saying, hey, you know what? I'm a deck that doesn't really care about pride. I love to be level 3 plus, so it doesn't matter. I'll just get a big old ally on board. But yeah, cards finding new life is, like you said, one, great for things like Pantheon, but two, I think a great fun of deck building, especially for a game like Grand Archive. Uh,
Yeah.
and sort of like you mentioned, yes, sometimes you open a pack and you go, pretty much all of these, no one really plays this. But something that we've learned, or that I've learned at least, uh, with each new release, each new set is, well, a lot of times that means no one plays it yet. Someone will figure
Yeah.
out, in the next set that either some very specific support comes out and they go, whoa, hold on, I've been holding on to these cards, they're useful now. Or we look and we say, uh, these cards, if I can just make this one situation occur, I'll win the game from it. And they'll set up the deck, they'll try to make that situation. Maybe it's not always the best deck, but a lot of times it ends up being pretty fun. Yeah, you play it at locals, you play it with your friends, get some fun in, and you're able to see some of these kind of weird cards. Even the other day, I was actually discussing someone, and they were like, "I really want to put develop mana into my deck," and I was like,
It's
"I'm
zero
not sure
cost.
why."
It's
You know
like
what?
it just gives.
Oh well, that's harness mana. Develop mana is the one that gives us one level counter, I believe. Unless I reversed it. Double check.
It
Develop
gives
mana.
you plus one
It gives you
something.
plus one level. That's it. Plus one level for three, norm and slow. It is a mage spell. I don't think that character is anywhere else. But the guy holding up a staff. But I think
Yeah.
the fun of Grand Archive does come in deck building at least. It does come from you going, well, what if I did have a level counter? What if I could on my turn just go up a level? I don't need to materialize. I don't do anything. I just need the fact that my level number is larger. What does that unlock? And yeah, I think that's a pretty interesting thing.
Yeah, yeah, and I think like there are some amazing examples. And I was trying to think of one of those moments where it was like, oh, cards from the past came back and are really good. I think
Mhm,
Horse and Taxes is one of them where Vanita's lineage became really good. Like it was good
mhm.
during three visits, but like Toronto, it was really good for the Razor Gill three visits pre-rata times. But it was
Yes.
more so just because it was really abusable and you could punch
Yeah,
people
it's
in
a
the
it's a
face, but
wind
it was
cleric.
Razor Gill.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we saw how easily it got replaced with Kongming as well. So like basically they're interchangeable. But then after it was forgotten, like people played it sure, but not really. And then now it came back. But I think one of my favorite examples is Luxem. Assassin
Well,
and Luxem, for those of you who don't know, were added to Dawn of Ashes a community vote. Like they made a vote on, hey guys, these are the classes. Which one would you like to add to the game? And Assassin was the most popular one, so they added it. It didn't get a starter deck, but basically every single card that the current even Luxem plays,
mhm.
it looks like is from Dawn of Ashes. So
Yeah.
those were just kind of forgotten until like Chess Club and Biggle Sword were like, wait, this is really good. What if we just like made a deck with it and figured something out? So not much changed. Well, we got more cards, obviously. That is really what changed. But the cards themselves were not errata, or it's not that everything from Dawn of Ashes got banned,
Yeah.
so now they're the only playable cards. And I think that's a really cool like story and situation where something that was unplayable and no one really looked at it became
Mhm.
something so big and cool that to this day it's a playable competitive deck.
Yeah, actually, shout out to the person who tied me with a Water Luxem deck at locals the other day. Takes
Yay!
forever sometimes. Thank you, Water Luxem. Uh, but no, I think that's a really great point, especially in a game that currently, our main format is an Eternal format. It's important that players, when they pull cards, especially from older sets, that there is still a really high potential that they're usable staples for even now. And one thing, uh, one time, we were cracking packs in the store, and the store owner came by and he goes, the most interesting thing about Grand Archive players is you guys high five when you pull staples. You don't really like. It's fun for you to pull foils. It's fun for you to get the. But I always see you guys. You guys are like, yes, I pulled this thing. I'm going to use it in my deck. And everyone else, they're looking for, they're looking for foils, looking for value. And of course, just saying, I do love foils. I love value. But pulling, a Ghost of Pendragon, that's value. But also, yes, of course,
Yep.
it's going in my deck. This card is amazing. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's what
absolutely
makes
feel
sense.
that. Yeah, the other day I have not opened product in a long time. So I opened a case. We got a case of
Ooh,
PTM,
okay, yeah.
and was texting Tyler of like what I'm opening. And like I opened a Topsy decree and I immediately was like, oh my god, another Topsy? Because I opened like 3 Topsies in the case. And the first one I was like, oh, we hit. We have at least
Yeah.
one. And then the next one I was like, oh my god, it's two. And then when the third one came, I pulled the third one. I was like, you won't believe what I just pulled. And the same thing. Oh yeah, this is a humble brag. Every time
Mm,
I open a set for the first time, be it
mhm.
one box or one case, I open the Divine Relic
Oh,
with 2 Lost Providences. But
what?
I was like,
That's
yeah, I was
crazy.
like, crazy things are happening.
I
And but I was so excited for it. It's not like it's a
yeah,
CSR,
right, right.
but okay. I did have a CSR in our case as well.
Ooh, what? Oh, okay, no, it's only me. Just so you can just say which CSR you pulled. That way I just know.
It's gonna be a mystery. One day
Okay.
you'll see a post, and actually, it's the distorted level 2 Alice. It was a
Nice.
really good case. It was a really good case.
Yeah, that's awesome. Man,
And but
I
I was more excited for the 2 Lost Providences than the Alice CSR. I was
and the
like,
big
God,
Alice.
I'm excited, but look, 2 Lost Providences. Most people don't open like one in their 5 cases, so I'm really happy. Now I
Yeah.
have one, and Tyler has one, and we're chilling.
I think the big thing there is, for me, when I open the Lost Providence, the first thought that runs to my head is go, great, now I can run every deck, that that is needed for Lost Providence, without having to try to scavenge one up or, go buy one from online or something like that. And that is what, for me, deck building in Grand Archive. I say I'm not great at it, but for me, it is it's a great lot of fun regardless. even if
Yeah,
even if the deck don't turn out super great, I love being able to build the deck and I love being able to take it to my locals and be like, hey, check out this thing. I'm gonna play it, and then we cut and I go, don't worry, the deck is just for fun, and then they go, okay, cool, and then I lose, and then it's all good.
yeah,
But you know what? But it
yeah.
was fun. That's the idea. I'm so into it.
Like, exactly. And that's why I'm so excited for Pantheon
Mm,
because I only keep one of every single promo that like I get at
yeah,
the
I'm the
sales.
same. I'm the same. Yeah.
Yeah, so being able to play them and like just opening my binder and being like, all right, I want to build a deck that I can play all of my wind promos in. I'm like, all right, this is what I do. And now I already have 2 Pantheon decks lined up. I have them built. I'm in the trimming phase. One
Oh,
of them
nice.
is awful to play against. I think it's not gonna be fun for anyone. The other one I'm having a lot of fun with. And so I will always have options of do you wanna suffer or do you wanna have fun? And that's the thing of as someone that played a singleton format for a really long time,
Mhm.
I always had a silly deck, but something that had like a hidden combo that won me the game instantly. So I used to play pirates in Magic because this is not an official GA stream, so I can talk about Magic for a moment.
Oh,
I used to play
can't stop
pirates.
us. You can't stop us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to play pirates during Ixalan, which was awful. Like it's they're famously one of the worst
Mhm,
factions in Magic. Like
mhm,
we had Rishadan, like the Rishadan pirates, then Ixalan, which was like 20 years in between, and then now we had the new Ixalan and all the collab things.
mhm,
But
mhm.
in 2017, oh my god, 9 years ago, when Ixalan came out,
Don't
they
say
were
that.
awful.
Yeah,
And but
yeah.
I still had a very silly little combo deck with Time Stream Navigator that gave me infinite turns because I just like ordered it in a funny way. And oh
Yeah.
look, I have a million turns, but it needed like 10 things on board. I needed to have like 15 mana. And that's the thing that I've been looking forward to doing in Grand Archive and in
Mm,
Pantheon. Because I don't play Magic anymore. It's boring. Grand Archive is an awesome game. I would much rather play GA, but
Mhm.
it's really hard to do that in our competitive format. But when everyone's having fun and I get to do politics and silly things, that's when I really shine in card games. So I'm really excited for Pantheon.
Yeah, I think that's something, you know, we joke a lot, of course, like, I'm like, oh, I'm always losing, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I'm not saying I'm the greatest or anything, but winning is kind of important, in terms of just making sure that, because we are ranked, of course, which I think is really great for a competitive game like Grand Archive, being able to see sort of where you stack up, especially with the decks that, that you play at, locals and then, of course, larger events, store champs, regionals, ascents, etc, getting able to or being able to see where you actually land as far as a true competition goes. I actually really really love that. But yeah, sometimes I want to cut loose, and if it's unranked Pantheon, we're just hanging out chilling, I'm playing these terrible horses and I'm like, please don't kill the horses, they're not going to do anything to you, I promise. And hopefully they just swing, don't tell anybody, they are going to do something, we just have to wait,
Yep, yep.
and
We
being able to say
represent the
that out
two
loud, I think it's really
sides.
funny. Yeah.
Yep. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'll play competition when I have to, and
Mhm.
like, there's no other way to enjoy a game, which is what I did. But my last ascent was over a year ago in Santa Clara.
Mhm.
Since then, I've been playing casually, but now I'm gonna be playing a lot. And I think the really, really cool thing is I have no LGS locally that sells Grand Archive. I have no
Ooh.
people locally that play Grand Archive. But I've been talking about Pantheon with some friends, and they were
Mhm.
like, "This sounds really fun. Please teach me how to do." So like, Pantheon is more than likely gonna start a local scene for me, and I will be able to play
Oh,
Grand
that's
Archive
great.
a couple times a week. So I think that is one of the most important and coolest things about Pantheon is being
Mhm.
able to get the casual community, get those people who wanna do silly things in games, and that
Yeah.
competition and competitive gameplay doesn't really allow for.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. So I myself am in the Dallas area. If you guys ever come visit, we have like a million stores. I think you can play Grand Archive every day but Monday if you really, really want to. But
You have an
Pantheon,
ascent as well coming up.
yeah, we do have an ascent as well. I mean, that's later in the year. We will see you there. Everybody on stream, I expect to see you there. Uh, go ahead, make the trip. It'll be really fun. But for us, it's kind of funny. I think that once Pantheon rolls out, we're gonna basically see Pantheon, I think, here as a uh, almost like a vacation from from our really really trying a lot. I think a lot of the guys here are really really excited. They've been testing Pantheon with all the boons that we've been seeing in various spoilers and such, and they've been having quite a lot of fun. And yeah, like you, I've been building some decks. They're off to the side there. They're just piles of cards right now, but one day I hope to win a Pantheon game as well, so we'll see.
Yeah, yeah.
I think not much
Mm,
time left in regulation. Double
that was
check here.
exactly what I was thinking. I think
Yeah.
we had a really fun podcast session here, which lucky for us it finally happened that we had a bit of time to just yap about whatever we want. But
Yes.
I wanna stretch my legs and get a drink. Well, water. Get water.
There's definitely water. There's nothing else happening.
It
Yeah, no, of course. All right, cool. So we're gonna go ahead take a small break here before the next round, and I'll be taking a slightly longer break. We'll be back with Jim the Eternal, but Clem will stay with you, and we'll see you guys pretty soon.
welcome back to the TCG Online League. My name is Clem, and I'm here with Jim. How you doing, Jim?
I'm doing great. I am excited as ever to be casting here on the TCG Online Weekly. This has been
Yeah,
just a heck of a series of tournaments, honestly. Every time I come on here, I see things that I've never seen before, and I love, seeing what people are doing and figuring out what they're trying to accomplish, and it's great fun. It's great fun.
yeah, absolutely. Speaking of seeing things you haven't seen before, Silidar said during our break that if we have 100 concurrent viewers on the stream, he will spoil another boon. So let's get that going. Look, I think we all want to brew Pantheon decks, even if you're not a biggest fan of casual play. It's fun. It looks fun. The boons add such a spice to it. So let's get, text your mom, text your friends, be like, hey, please, I just need you to hop in for like 10 minutes. Because my favorite card game is about to spoil a card if we have 100 people watching at once.
Yeah, well, getting a spoiler onto this stream would be an utterly fantastic experience. So I'm definitely hoping that we pull in some viewers and listen to Clem and make it happen.
Who knows? Speaking of brew, maybe it might be it might be a potion spoiler. We never know. It could be a boon that tells you you can brew potions for one herb less. Who knows? So
Ooh, that would be neat.
let's get that going. And oh my god, this next matchup is either gonna be incredibly fun or the longest game of Grand Archive that we've seen since last week with the 0-0 Alice matchup.
Oh boy. Yeah, we have a traditional looking Shadow Strike Tristan deck up against a fortuitous Water Alice. So somebody who is dedicated to ignoring turn one. And that sounds like somebody has prepared for this match.
Yeah, they were so ready, and I'm not looking forward to it. Water Alice is possibly one of the worst flavors of Alice out there because you don't get to resolve anything, and you don't get to deal any damage that lasts for more than like half a turn. So it's gonna be fun. However, I know that this is gonna be a long game because I am looking at the Water Alice's sideboard, and it's four of the same card. There's no like different options. There's no variation. It's just four baleful appellations, which means he's just ready to fight aggro, which is the feels like the only thing that can get through here. So, Jim, what are we looking at on the other side of?
So on the other side of the table, we have what looks like a fairly typical Umbra Tristan Shadow Strike deck. It's rocking two of the abnegations, so kind of the new defensive restoration card, recovering. A main deck Heavenly Guide, so someone prepared for the level 3 meta that we find ourselves in, and two main deck Crystallized Destiny, which I think is a very cool defensive option for Tristan. And otherwise, it's a lot of kind of the same things you'd expect in most Tristan decks. We're going to see some Calming Breezes, we're going to see some Ace and Protectors, we're going to see some Surveils, we're going to see some Prep Counter Generation, and I think if everything goes to plan, we'll probably see some Shadow Strikes in order to close out the game.
Yeah. The thing is, what luckily question mark with a massive question mark I don't see here is Song of Frost. So
Yeah.
that Shadow Strike can get through. There's a chance. Though I'm not incredibly hopeful. But it also looks like this is more of a fun deck because there are four Jabberwockies, which is an 8 cost 4/3 ally. It's massive. But also it is the thing that I feel like drives this deck because Spectral Hunting can pull it out and you can have a Jabberwocky very quickly. So
Yeah,
this
this was always the dream of the deck, right? Is you can get an early Spectral Haunting for only 2 reserve, bring out an 8 cost from your graveyard, and start swinging away with an unkillable 4/3, which
Yep.
that is the dream.
Yeah. Honestly, for everybody's sanity, especially after last week, I really hope that we get to see an Alice deck finish out at least one game here. So hopefully that will resolve, because it would be also really cool to see a Jabberwocky on the board here. Zelenitis having an awesome turn one here. Will it be enough to take down this little girl? Annoying little girl, but like pretty cute. And
Mhm.
she's just doing the good Alice is just doing chessman things, so no, can't really bully her a lot here. CD already going here.
Yeah, we
Oh
have
wait, that was a pass from Snuggling Rum because of the Fortuitous Spirit. I forgot you are not doing anything on your first turn here.
No, yeah, turn 1, your hand is entirely down from the get-go, and we're seeing a actually remarkably aggressive start from Zalianitis here, right? Sadie into Aeson Protector, already swinging for 5 damage. Of course, we already know chip damage against Water Alice is going to be not very powerful, and we'll see whether or not Zalianitis kind of twigs to what's going on here and can adapt his strategy appropriately.
Yeah, and now he sees that wait, it's the distorted Queen Alice, so it's not gonna be Chessman, it's gonna be recovery and infinite lives. I just really hope that we do get to see the Jabberwocky come out here really, really quickly. Umberside banished for the level up, unfortunately. So, Jim, water goes through their deck really quickly. And Alice's the Phantasmagoria is really good as long as you don't have a lot of specters here. Do you think that we're gonna be going through this deck here? And do you think that there's a risk of like a couple of mills going through and having enough specters where you would mill a significant portion of your deck?
I mean, I think part of Smuglin's plan here is, or Snuglin rather, is to mill out his deck probably multiple times over, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the
Yeah.
fat power of that Phantasmagoria, any card that goes into your graveyard is just going to get stuck back underneath your deck for the second go round or the third go round. And I think if the game goes long, which is probably their plan, they'll
Yeah.
probably have the ability to see those cards 2, 3, 4 times over.
Yeah, that could be. He's already on 3 haunt counters, which is really, really good. I feel like it's a very solid start. Oh, that Spectre immediately being gone. I believe that means that Zalianitis will have agility 3 for this turn. Which is look, Alice has a lot of recovery. She can survive for a really long time, but her allies are not safe. So it's gonna be a really comfy time for Zilanitis to get his agility triggers.
Mhm. Yeah, and if he can manage to push a little bit more damage in, he might actually put Snuglin on the back foot, right? That was a really aggressive start for Zalianitis. He
Yes.
made the decision to kind of put down that Ancient Protector and swing in right at the beginning. I think based on Fortuitous Water Spirit, he probably figures, oh, my opponent doesn't really have a lot of early game. Maybe I can push forward. Maybe I have an aggressive enough start to kind of win the game right at the start. But now we're probably going to be starting to see some recovery from Snuglin. And I don't think that Zalianitis necessarily has the aggressive tools to really close the game out this early.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Monarch coming out. It's like I summoned it before the break that we would see it on screen now. So it's gonna be pretty fun. There is a curse immediately in Maledictum Vitae. Vitae? Yeah,
Vitae, yeah.
Vitae. And so now, no more damage from playing Umbra cards. It is gonna be very calm and just a level 2 deck playing some things. And there's a Lost Providence. Not Lost Providence. Lost
Yeah.
Providence coming out because just because we're level 2, we can still activate it because it is exalted. So
Yeah.
pretty fun.
And this is exactly according to plan for Alice, right? Alice
Yeah.
wants to get level 2 as soon as possible. Ideally, a Maledictum Vitae out of the yard. If it has to come out of the hand and trigger a little bit of damage, that's okay. Because the amount of recovery in this deck is off the charts. The one thing this deck does, if it does nothing else, and most of the time it does nothing else, the one thing this deck does is recover. So this is a great start for Snuglin. The 11 damage currently on their champion probably going to disappear relatively quickly. And with the Lost Providence out, it looks like they're set to refill their hand as well, given what they're playing.
Yeah. Oh, there's Jabberwocky in hand, I believe, for Snuggling Rum here, which is not quite where you want to see it. Not being it being really hard to have 8 cards, but a suffocating miasma is still pretty good. There is going to be 3 debuff counters onto the Asin Protector because it was imbued. We do have Umbra imbue cards as well. It's not a basic element only thing. Now, it is a Fantasia, so it's gonna stick around, and it's gonna be pretty scary. However, with that Sadie on board, I believe Xalionitis can just put the debuff counter on the Sadie and then reclaim it. So it's still gonna be painful with 2 unpreventable damage every single turn, but at least nothing is going to die.
Yeah, and we'll see whether or not this is going to be how Xalionitis is going to run this. Um, they may decide to just put the debuff counter onto their ASIN, since that ASIN is at this point not particularly helpful on the board. As a 0/1, it's not going to be doing much. Um,
Yeah.
but like you said, Sadie is definitely going to help fight through this suffocating miasma. You know, if Xalionitis wants to have any board presence at all, he's going to have to manage these debuff counters with some judicious, activations and returns of Sadie in order to make those debuff counters disappear.
Yeah, so he basically is on permanently -2 influence just to have. Oh, actually, this kind of locks him in a place where he has 1 turn of leeway with losing the ASIN,
Mm-hmm.
but then after that he will have to start cycling Sadie, and that is as long as Snuggling Rum only has 1 miasma. And with him going through his deck and the whole plan being to just cycle through and see as many cards as he can, the moment the second miasma hits, it's gonna be a lot tougher to get away from that damage.
Absolutely. The amount of board control that Suffocating Miasma gives you without needing to play any additional cards is really kind of incredible, right? Any kind of board that Xalionitis tries to stick is going to be under
Yep.
constant assault from these debuff counters. But it sounds like Xalionitis maybe has a plan to get through this. We see the Windwalker boots come down, a little bit of a kind of no-op turn, but building influence, building those prep counters, and maybe setting up to go to level 2, maybe even level 3 in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, he really has to if he wants to deal enough damage in 1 turn to take Snuggling Rum out, because he's down to 7 damage counters. We do see an abnegation in the graveyard.
Oh, I
I
think I see an
believe it's
ASIN
in the
coming
graveyard.
down.
Oh, oh, that's really good. Cycling Asin onto the Asin, and then who cares about 3 debuff counter if I just have the Asin back in my hand, or just another Asin on board. So Leonidas is suddenly looking a lot more comfortable. However, he still has to play the Sadie and then activate Sadie's ability to play it again. Wait, there's some funky shenanigans happening. Asin onto Asin onto Asin, which he can technically also do forever, and it's going to be 6 damage every single turn if
Mhm.
he does nothing else. So, you know what? Very comfortable.
Yeah, that seems like a really good plan at this point, right? Just bouncing the ASIN, cycling them between each other, getting rid of the debuff counter every turn. If he drops a debuff counter onto his ASIN, attacks for 2, and then brings out another ASIN to replace the old one, and just goes back and forth like that, these debuff counters aren't going to do anything. The win shenanigans on Xalionitis' side actually looking really, really good against the Suffocating Miasma.
Yeah. And this is gonna be fun because at the same time, Snuggling Rum is also beginning to build up influence here. So Ticket to the Afterlife coming out, which is pretty good. On a moment, the Snuggle gets some specters into that graveyard, and the Lost Providence being up means that he can sacrifice it at any time to draw a card. So now basically it's just a Grand Crusader's Ring, but we skip the whole materialization.
Mm-hmm. And there are a couple of neat ephemeral cards in Snuglin's deck. We'll probably see Treacle coming out in not the
True.
not too distant future. You know, any of these cards that come into Snuglin's graveyard because of the mill from the Phantasmagoria are now going to be that much easier to bring out and that much harder for Azalea Nidus to deal with.
Yeah. Really excited. Oh, there's a second Miasma coming out. It won't affect Alienitis in terms of no, that ASAP protector is gone. So now it will really start hurting. There's the treacle that you were talking
Yep.
about. Basically, immediately you manifested it, and here it is. It's an adorable card. One of my favorites from this set, but it's also pretty good in this deck. It has stealth. It's a 1/4, and you recover at least one every single turn because it is a Spectre Mouse. And you recover X, where X is the amount of Spectres you have. So, is it looking really bad for Zalionitis all of a sudden with 2 Miasmas and a Treacle?
I mean, I would say so. You know, the recovery train is going to start here, and it's definitely not stopping anytime soon. Zalionitis' primary weapon against these miasmas now off the table, since one of these Asins got knocked into the yard. If he has another Asin in hand, he maybe is in a slightly better position. But at least on this next turn, Zalionitis is going to be taking 4 from these miasmas
Yeah.
because he's not going to have any allies to put those debuff counters on. And that's, you know, that's kind of just the beginning, right? How do you stack 2 debuff counters every turn? Well, with if you're running 2 Ace and Protectors, I think that looks a lot easier than it might otherwise be. But if your Ace and Protectors are going to be dying to new suffocating miasmas every turn, that's really going to put Zalionitis in a tough position.
It's looking really bad all of a sudden. He had some cool tech with the double Aeson. Oh, but the Assassin's Ripper coming out is really be
Is this
pretty good. It's pushing damage. Wait.
is this the turn? This might be the turn. With the Assassin's Ripper, he has the potential for 15 damage off of a Slice and Dice right now, and he has the prep counters to make that happen.
Oh,
Yup, immediately with the Slice and Dice coming in for 6 off of the
it's
Assassin's Ripper. And if this connects, he'll be coming in for another 9?
I think it will. They suddenly have his one card in hand after that last turn. So this is it. Look,
Wow, what a
a lot, but
turnaround.
if you just go boom boom. Oh wait, I forgot. It's not over yet.
No, he is
Not
playing out
over
of his
yet.
graveyard. Oh no, oh, this is the Alice release.
Yeah,
This is
lineage
the Alice
release.
level 1 lineage
So
release.
there was 3 cards in Alice's lineage to recover 3. Oh, no.
Yeah, 2 plus X, so that's a 5 recover, which means the net damage off of this is going to be 10 total, leaving Snuglin at 19, which is pretty close to death, but not dead this turn, which means that he has a
Zalionitis
full
has a lot
turn
of
cycle
cards
to
in hand.
potentially come out of here.
Zalionitis has a lot of cards in hand, I believe.
3 damage. 3 damage is all he needs, right? Is that enough cards to play that Sadie and the Ace and Protector that you know he's held back?
Wait. Oh, this is where all the delayed recovery comes in. Because the Ticket to the Afterlife, you can pay. Well, I don't know if he has the influence to pay 2 for Ticket to the Afterlife, right? Because it is a Spectre card, so it makes itself cheaper. So you can pay. You only have to pay 1.
Only from the graveyard, I think.
Oh wait, yeah, it's just abilities from the graveyard.
Yeah, he has to be able to find 2 reserve in order to gain that recover from Ticket to the Afterlife.
No, but that's so tough because Dillionitis doesn't seem to have the damage.
We saw a Dream Fairy come down, so getting rid of
Yeah.
that Treacle, which prevents some of the recovery. But if Snuglin has like an Abnegation in hand or something, then this train is still rolling.
There's anything that will let Snuggling Rum recover, it's gonna be. He's gonna be here for a couple more turns because that Ticket to the Afterlife, he just has to keep 2 cards in hand. There is a lot of ways that this deck can do that as well.
Yeah, and I haven't
And
really been seeing what's ended up in Snuglin's graveyard. He might have a couple of
there's a
resources
lot of
there.
cards. It's
Yeah.
basically 7 cards every single turn. Just flip them over and put them in the grave. So
So
I know
another
that there's
Maledictive
another
Vitae.
treacle.
And yeah, another
Yeah.
treacle is kind of expected at this point. There's always going to be another treacle. Um, but yeah, a Maledictive Vitae could be another recover for. There's quite a lot of options in this deck to bring that damage total down and really just completely offset what Zalianitis is trying to get done here.
Yeah. And
This looks
there.
like the recover 2 that we were worried about.
Yeah. So it's going back down to 18 for Mount More, but at least for now, that means that there is nothing else that he can do. I wait now. Okay, now I'm not sure how many cards he has in hand because I know he was shuffling a couple of them, so it could be more.
Yeah, this is 2 and 2. I'm not sure if the sideways cards are in the memory or if the vertical cards are in the memory.
I believe it is going to be the vertical cards in memory. Yeah, that's why he just flips the cards over into his graveyard. So
Yeah, and with 2
that's
up,
a
that's enough for
Spectre.
another Maledictive Vitae if one shows up.
Yeah, there's a treacle, but
Yep.
that's
Always
it. So
another
if he
treacle.
yeah, if he were to play the treacle, he would have to discard the 1 card in his hand. So it's
That's true.
not.
That does make that a lot more difficult. Yeah, I think
It,
he
it
was really
depends
hoping
if he has
for.
2 or 3 cards in hand. If he has 2 cards in hand, he has to discard everything. He has 3 cards in hand. He will have a bit of leeway.
Hmm. Yeah, I think he was hoping to find another
Finally,
Maledictive Vitae, but oh, Censor is
It's so
definitely
good.
going to put a stop to a lot of those
Zillionitis.
shenanigans.
Yeah, Zillionitis happy as can be, bringing that sensor out. So shutting off all of the ephemeral cards in Snuggling Rum's graveyard. So that ticket to the afterlife is just recovering now. Just the cards recovering every single turn.
I think the
Not.
Spectre cards in the graveyards are still Spectre cards, even if they don't have abilities.
Yeah.
So,
It's just you just cannot
oh,
bring
I
them
see what you
back.
mean.
You
Yes,
cannot
yeah.
ephemerate them. Yeah. That's
Okay.
why you can still use the ticket to recover to, but the other 4 lines of text on it are kind of whatever.
Yep,
As long
definitely not as
as that
helpful.
sensor is on board. Yeah.
Yeah, and Snuglin only has the one Fracturize in his deck, so not a lot of outs to this particular situation.
Now, what do you think is the thought behind it? Because it is a pretty important part of his deck to be able to play cards from the graveyard. I know it doesn't loot; they are still specters,
Mhm.
but if you cannot ephemerate, you're just entirely relying on your miasmas to deal damage.
Yeah, so the miasmas are going to help. The miasmas are going to help Snuglin keep the board clear. But if he's not playing things out of the graveyard, that loses a lot of the value of this deck, right? The kind of the point of this deck is being able to draw cards and then play cards without spending cards from your hand. And if you can't ephemerate anything, then you've got to spend your cards in order to play them, which is really not where Alice wants to be.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm curious on where we're going because it seems as Leonidas doesn't have a lot of things to do, unfortunately. Dealt 2 damage with CD, and that's about it because he needs to keep up the influence to be able
Yep.
to get Sadie back, return Sadie to his hand, and reclaim her, basically.
Just
Oh,
just
got
some
it.
more recovery, right?
Time.
Two recovery every
Yep.
turn. And we'll probably
Love to
see
see.
Zalianitis taking some damage here, right? Because he's not going to want to debuff his Sadie too badly. He wants to be able to attack with that card. So maybe
I
we'll
think
see
there's
one
enough
debuff
cards in
counter.
hand. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be 2 damage for sure, at least.
Hmm.
And then one debuff counter on the Sadie, pay 2, return, take 2 damage. Which is when Slungerum starts to deal damage, actually. Oniric Key coming out, so that's gonna be 8 cards milled every single turn. And I would argue that in this deck it's a lot better than a backup charger, even though you have to pay 4 to draw a card. You get your haunt counter, so you get to have a lot more cards in their grave. And it seems that Slungerum immediately just passed to go to end step and get 8 cards into the graveyard. Zillion Knight is bringing out a GCR, trying to be like, okay, what do I do here?
Yeah, and
Thinking,
sorry, yeah, Snuglin is definitely kind of digging for answers here, right? I think we're
yeah,
seeing the Oniric key here, not so much for the haunt as for the extra card draw. Snuglin's sitting on, I think, 6 cards in hand and looking for something to do, anything to kind of stem the bleeding here, because 2 recovery a turn isn't going to cut it for very long.
yeah, it's not gonna be, especially with that Windwalker boots on the board now. It's gonna be at least 2 prep counters every single turn, as long as he doesn't attack. So there is a very real possibility of another slice and dice turn, even if it's just for 9, it's more than 2 that you recover every turn.
Yeah, another slice and dice could seal this game. Zalianite is probably not going to be going to level 2 until he gets the double card draw off of the 4 prep counters that he doesn't yet have.
Yeah.
So seeing a decent chunk of influence for Zalianitis right now. So potentially some answers, potentially some aggression, and if he can make it stick, he's only 4 damage away from closing out this game 1. With 38 minutes on the clock, that's pretty good against the Palace deck.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty great, and I think it's a lot of it can also be written up to Snugglyrum not finding any cards other than his material deck cards to recover. Those abnegations going to grave immediately instead of into his hand. That's the problem with having so many haunt counters as well. That you just gamble so much on your on your draws, because you
Mhm.
mill everything away. There's a Sadie back, so we're just hovering at a constant 20 damage counters on Snuggling Rum, which my worry, honestly, is that very soon he will find something that'll let him recover more than that. Like a recover, if he, as long the moment he recovers more than 2 a turn, it might just be game over for Zillionitis.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely true. Snuglin is in a position where he is kind of on the edge here. And if he manages to slow the aggression down from Zalianitis, start recovering more, he can put himself in a position where he's out of reach from anything except a huge Shadow Strike. Which, to be fair, Zalianitis will probably have the time to do. Even through these 2
Yeah,
miasmas, Zalianitis is not taking that much damage. And if he finds any more allies that he can play, if he finds another ASIN to kind of cycle through, then he can really just put those debuff counters down without having to worry too much. And all that's going to do is slow down his attacks rather than dealing constant damage. I'm not sure what
yep.
Snuglin has in mind in order to be able to deal extra damage here past the miasmas. I mean, we talked about the
Miasma
spectral haunting and the
Jabberwocky.
Jabberwocky.
Yeah.
That'll be a great thing for him to find. But until he finds something, this is just very slow back and forth, both of them kind of jockeying for position with this like 2 damage a turn and nothing really happening.
Yeah, it's really tough, and it's the I think the one kind of issue right now that the Alice deck has, and why people don't play it a lot, is that sure it is surviving forever, but it's not doing a lot, like not making progress on its game plan and getting closer to winning right now. It's just milling the cards, which is closer to winning the game than 0,
Hmm.
but
Hmm.
at the same time, there's not a lot of board being built. It's basically just keeping himself safe. It's not like Snuggling Worm is keeping himself safe and just like doing his best to survive. And that's really all you can do for basically the whole deck, because you have to focus so hard on recovering with you only being a level 2 deck.
Hmm. Zalianitis, meanwhile, building up a little bit of influence here, dropping that Purifying Thurible. So we're going to see a couple of banishes out of Snuglin's graveyard. But that's, of course, not a huge deal. Snuglin will just replace those the next time the Phantasmagoria takes over. So not a big deal at the
Yeah,
moment. I think the
being
influence
able
is the
to
more important
choose
part.
Yeah,
Mm.
being able to choose the what you banish for third pull is a massive advantage for Snuggling Rum, especially as he puts 8 cards into his graveyard every single turn. So it's not like he's struggling, or those 3 cards are gonna affect him that much, because he can just pick and choose whatever is the least useful for him.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's very true. He's got a lot of options in his graveyard. Maybe not as many options in his hand. I think that's why we're still seeing, so much digging, right? We saw the Onira key, and now we're seeing the backup charger come out and trying to build up counters on his Memento Mori. So really just kind of digging for more cards because he's not able to play anything out of his graveyard, which would be his choice, which would be what this deck is intended to do. Oh,
Yeah.
second
Oh,
slice and dice.
oh. Is it time to end the game?
Well,
Are
this
we
is
at the point?
potentially 9 damage coming in.
Yeah. Knight is playing this really well considering everything. And there is this Water Atlas deck. Last time we saw it on stream, it went 0-0. This time, it's 0-1 in
Mm-hmm.
round 2 of the TCG regionals. Now, I'm not gonna ask you about what Alice is bringing in because it's 4 cards and I think they're coming in.
It's 4 Baleful Ablations, and maybe they will come in, maybe they won't.
Yeah, it's like depends on what Snuggling Rum is gonna go for next game. But let's look at Zalianitis' sideboard. What do you think we're gonna be seeing him?
So Regal Inquisition is a thought, as this is intended to be a late game deck for Snuggling Rum. However, Zalianitis' real power and the way that he can close this game out is by pushing damage through Snuggling Rum's interaction. So Regal Inquisition maybe comes in order to deal with some of that interaction. We'll probably see the Scatter Essences come in because I think he's not going to want to leave those miasmas on the field. Um, Otherwise, I'm kind of not seeing anything particularly relevant besides those. We're not going to need any innervating agilities. We're not really going to need any ensnaring fumes. Tempest
Yeah.
Downfall, I suppose, is a sort of source of fast damage, but doesn't seem that important here. It's usually a defensive trick for
Yep.
most Shadow Strike decks, not something that you use aggressively. Nocturne's Oblivion has the potential to come in as, generic object removal, potentially good. And Zalianitis definitely has the ability to get up to level 3. It's not like Snuggling is going to be stopping him. So,
Yeah.
potentially coming in. But the thing that he wants to keep in mind the most is keeping all of his aggressive options open. He's not
Yeah.
going to want to take out anything that comes down on the first couple of turns. And he's going to want to make sure that he can either turbo to 3 with a lot of prep counters or keep that aggressive board available.
Yeah, he's gonna want to just be as aggressive as he can be and try and stop Snuggling Around from recovering. Now, earlier with PK we were talking about old classics coming back, especially with Windal as on stream round 1. Do you think we're getting to a point slowly where we might see Morgan Soul Guide coming back into decks because there's so much Enervits, so annoying, and Morgan's just good.
Yeah, Morgan definitely has the potential to be very, very annoying. We were seeing a lot of, I believe it's called Infernal Vessel, whatever the fire regalia that reduces the recovery whenever people recover. Um, so we could definitely see other things that come in. Of course, Grand Archive players generally love having uh, regalia answers as opposed to main deck
Yeah.
answers for the problems that they're seeing. So main deck Soul Guide, maybe not the best choice, but it's definitely a choice, and it's been used to great effect in the past.
We'll see. I'm curious about it. Now, oh look, it's the same. We saw this last game. We're seeing this game. Snuggling around, leveling up immediately, getting a Spectre on board, and just going attacking. Unfortunately, Zalianitis doesn't have the Sadie this time. Do you think he's gonna risk keeping that Spectre on board and be like, all right, I will just give you the Haunt counter, just please remove this Spectre from the board?
I don't know. So the real danger of having the Spectre on the board is that it has potential against Zalianitis' allies. So if Zalianitis is going to play something that might die to this Drifting Abyssal, then that's something that he's going to want to get rid of. But if it's just a couple of damage coming in, that's not a concern, right? Zalianitis, the last thing Zalianitis is worried about right now is his own life total.
Yeah, definitely. Like that's gonna be the main thing. And he does need to have something on board for when those miasmas come.
Yeah,
The
and
one
we're seeing these allies immediately come in for Snuglin's life total. There's 3 damage from the Ace and Protector. Another 1 damage from this Wind Blessed Lookout.
let's look at. Look, it's doing its job. It's bringing the prep counter, glimpsing, pushing damage, and luckily it's a 1-3, so it can take 3 turns of miasma. Unless obviously Snuggling Rum puts -3 on, like puts 3 counters onto her. But then there's the Asen for 4 turns, so it's not good to have allies with big butts here. And the Malekton Vitae, Snuggling Rum always has it. The Vitae coming out every single turn, every single time the moment he hits level 2. And then the Lost Providence, obviously. So it's a
Yeah.
comfy spot.
Yeah, having that curse is absolutely critical for Alice's game plan. You cannot be playing your Umbra cards or your Lost Providences without that curse in your lineage. Otherwise, you're taking an extra 8 damage per activation, which is just incredibly painful. And Maledictum Vitae, of course, having that recovery built in is the perfect choice to kind of fortify Snuglin's lineage and allow his game plan to come online.
Yeah, and I think Zalianitis realized that he has to be really aggressive here, because that Spectre is hanging out and dealing 1 damage every single turn, which honestly is kind of negligible when you consider that he would have to commit at least the Asen into it for now.
Mhm. No sensor yet. You'd think that Zalianitis would be going for a sensor relatively early here.
Yeah, to like rush it more than after last game, the
Ah,
trauma
there it
of
is.
well, that yeah, okay, there's he's after the trauma of the treacle coming back and needing to put damage into it. He's like, all right, no, please, come on.
Yeah,
The
and that's
moment we bring
absolutely the
that ticket
correct
out,
decision. Yeah.
yeah, I agree with you. Like, if you see a deck that's mostly specters coming out, you just gotta go for it. Anything that loves graveyard things, which Alice does, you just gotta go for it, man. You
Hmm.
cannot waste time and just hubbub about, do anything. You gotta protect yourself. There's another Asen coming out, so that's
Ooh.
gonna be really nice putting that Windbless Lookout back to hand, which means one more pro counter for Zalianitis and one more ally that can soak up those debuff counters.
Hmm. But
Obviously, a second Maledictum won't help.
yeah, I mean, even more than the debuff counters right now, the Acer Protector is really pushing that damage in, right? Snuggling now up to 14 damage counters marked, which is a much, much faster aggression from Zalianitis than we saw in the previous game. I fully expect these prep counters that Zalianitis has been preparing here to go straight into another slice and dice. Like, I don't think we're going to see level 2 from Zalianitis at all for this entire match.
Yeah. Oh, this is a stressful time. There's a ticket coming out from Snuggling Rum. Classic Alice setup here.
Yep, just
But
more
now,
opportunities for recovery.
yeah, but now that Memento Mori comes out, that will immediately get at least one counter from, well, not guaranteed, but it will make that Spectre even scarier to remove, because not only will it give a haunt counter, it will give Memento Mori a price counter as well. Though,
Hmm.
I don't think we're gonna be seeing 6 allies here total die at Ugly Rum's end, because he doesn't really have them out. But it's always better to like try and prep and find an angle that you can get in on, instead of just being like, whatever, it's not worth it. Pay your value,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah. I mean, the great thing about Memento Mori is you do get the prize counters for your opponent's allies as well. So every time he kills
True.
off an Asen or something like that, it still ticks up. But 6 prize counters is a lot to ask, especially against a deck like this one, where huge damage doesn't rely on allies in order to come out, right? If we see
Yeah.
another slice and dice, or if Zalianitis somehow manages to make it to level 3 and busts out a Shadow Strike, like none of that requires any board presence at all. And
Yeah.
I don't think the Memento Mori is going to see 6 allies die by the time we get to that point.
Yeah. And the right claim on Sadie also makes it so that it's just never gonna be a problem. He can play allies still. There is Bandersnatch coming out, another massive Spectre, one of these Jabberwocky's little brother. It has taunt, so all that damage from the 2 aces is gonna go into it. And that will be 6 damage recovered for Snuggling Run, because unfortunately I don't think Zalianitis has a effective way of dealing with that Bandersnatch in one hit. He will have to commit both of the aces for it, so it's gonna be 2, which is still not a crazy amount, I think. Like, it could be a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, this is a net soak of 12 damage for Snuggling Rum, which is really, really great given the position that they're in at the moment. Zalianitis would love to see a Dream Fairy, but given that damage has already started coming in, it seems unlikely that we're going to see one. But yeah, being able to hold off essentially 12 damage, 6 from the attacks, and then another 6 from the recover is just huge. And if Snuggling ever gets to the point where they have the influence or the Bandersnatch lives through a turn, they could use the cleave ability and just do some really, really rough things to Zalianitis' board.
Yeah. But, unfortunately, well, oh, wait. Oh no, the Bandersnatch lives to see another day. Recovered 3,
Deciding
and
not
then
to come in.
I mean, yeah, but it's understandable. I believe that Slugging Rum did activate. No, wait, no, it didn't have a way to activate the Bandersnatch's ability.
I don't think so.
Hmm.
But
What do
now
you
he
think the
definitely has
thought
the
was
influence and
behind
the
it?
ability to activate it, so
Yeah,
this is potentially a
and with
dangerous
the
position.
cleave.
Debating the attack here because he wants to be able
what?
to
What to do? What to do?
wants to be able to sacrifice it to the Bandersnatch. Because this is going to clear the board. And if the board is clear and the Bandersnatch lives, I'm not sure that Zalianitis is going to have it in him to actually clear through this Bandersnatch at this point. Because this
Yeah.
is a lot of kills. This is looking like 4 things dying this turn. So that's an extra haunt counter for Snuggling. It's four counters on the Memento Mori, and coming in for a 4-point cleave is really a rough source of a pretty massive board clear, right? This is practically Carter here.
Yeah, it's tough, and the thing is, right now Zalianitis can't even retaliate for enough to take that Bandersnatch out. So he's just opting. Obviously, is the best thing to do here is to not retaliate, because that's 3 recovery for every single ally, and you're not even taking out the Bandersnatch, so it's pretty tough. Um,
Yeah,
Jim, do
really.
you know if it would be separate? And so would Bandersnatch, if I'm retaliating, would Bandersnatch recover for every single
Yeah.
ally there?
Every single source of damage would be a separate recover, even if it's all in one combat phase. So yeah, that would be a bunch of recovery that Zalianitis would be throwing at Snuggling, just absolutely free.
Yeah, the cleave does unfortunately also hit Tristan here, so that's
Yeah,
it's
we should
very
see another
tough.
4 damage on Zalianitis' life
Yeah.
total.
Oh, painful. Yeah. I think. Well, I heard that there was a bit of a misunderstanding, unfortunately, on Zalianitis' side for the Bandersnatch recovery. He thought that
Hmm.
it worked similarly to Ominous Shadows, where its recovers on the Bandersnatch, and that's why he didn't take it out, which explains that a lot, because, like,
Ah.
it, especially as a Tristan player, it make the logic of it make sense. Of
Mhm.
being like, oh, yeah, it's an ally that is incredibly hard to kill. And then when you think about something like Lustrous Slime, it also has a lot of health and is incredibly hard to kill. So it's a very common thing in Grand Archive to have unkillable allies.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not the unkillable ally for the deck, and that misunderstanding could really cost Zalianitis. Of course, that costing Zalianitis, putting in this in context, right? There's 20 minutes left in the round, and Snuggling Rum has not shown the ability to really close out a game. So if this particular game ends in a tie, which is as likely as anything else, Zalianitis is still up 1. Like, Zalianitis is still winning this match if this game goes long.
Oh, there's a level 3. Luckily, the dungeon got resolving smoothly, nothing happening from it. But there's not a crazy amount of preparation counters on him, so it's not gonna be that. He's not gonna survive that long. And also, once we see one of those miasmas come out, it's gonna be tough because that can easily take care of the shadows. Like the debuff counters just lower the total life that an ally has. So
Yeah.
that is the one way where you can easily get around the damage prevention. Just
Mhm.
you know put debuff counters on them, and then suddenly they are dead. And who cares about the damage prevention? And there's the shadows coming out as well.
Yep, even the one debuff counter on any of those ominous shadows is going to remove it as a threat on the field because it's not going to be dealing damage at that point once it has any number of debuff counters, zeroing out its attack value or its power.
Yeah.
It will still be able to attack
However,
with a Shadow's Claw, but it's I
but
think
if I don't,
Snuglin is go for it.
but I believe you cannot attack with an ally if its power is 0. So, but then again, the Shadow's Claw, an interesting element to it where you're right, it's a separate object. So I think you might be right that it can still attack. So even if it gets one debuff counter and it technically has no power anymore, it
Yeah,
can use the Shadow Strike because it's a weapon. It's an ally using a weapon to attack, right? And then my
hmm.
champion can attack without having a power stat. That means that I can attack with Shadow's Claw as well. Yeah, because it works. Attacking with Shadow's Claw with a shadow is like attacking with Shadow's Claw with Tristan. That's we just got it confirmed. So we're not speaking crazy things here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Woo. Yeah, so it works the same way as if you would with a champion, which is
Mhm.
really cool. So damage will just be halved, which is still a lot. There's a lot of damage prevented, but at least it's not 0.
Well, either way, we are seeing Snuglin Rum kind of backed into a corner here. At this point, with 19 damage marked on their champion, only 3 more damage to close out the game, as long as they don't have a lot more recovery, which they've got 2 on board and potentially a lot more with the Bandersnatch. So definitely a lot of options here. Oh, a Ghastly Corrosion hitting the field. So more than just the Fracturize in terms of options against that sensor.
Okay,
Uh,
yeah.
we'll see if this Ghastly Corrosion, what Snuglin's deciding to target here. It might go after the Shadow's Claw, because at that point that is fairly dangerous. But targeting the sensor would also make a lot of sense. And Incapacitate is available for Leonidas, so doesn't make a difference what's being targeted here. The Ghastly Corrosion is not going to resolve.
Yeah, it's damn. It's tough, but what can you do? They always have it. Also, it's not like Alice doesn't it's not like Stunling Rum is no options to recover because he still has Alice level 1. Ticket to the Afterlife is also still there, so you can. There's a lot of ways for him to sustain and just stay alive until he finds another ghastly corrosion or something else. Obviously, it's really scary being on 19 damage counters into Zelionitis here,
Mm-hmm.
but you can still recover. He has at least 2 cards in hand from what we can see, and Alice level 1, so there is going to be at least one more turn.
Yeah, Zalianitis now is digging for a Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike is kind of one of the few options that he has available that'll get past this Bandersnatch without throwing tons and tons and tons of recovery back at Snuglin, right? If Zalianitis finds
Yep.
another couple of Asins, that's 3 damage each. 2 hits to the Bandersnatch will give Snuglin a recover 6. So Zalianitis
Oh,
really looking for something that lets him get through
Mastermind Scheme,
without
wait.
needing to deal the damage to directly
He
to the
might have
Bandersnatch.
it. He might just have it with the Mastermind Scheme coming out. Or
Yeah, Mastermind
he
Scheme
will just
definitely a great option.
Yeah, or he will just use it to redirect damage. We'll find out shortly. It seems that Snuggling Rum has something.
But of course, Zalianite is not really at any threat of death right now, right? Only 7 damage marked on his 25 life champion, so still a ways to go before that turns into anything scary. And worrying about like Snugglin Rum's health total is the one that matters at
Yep.
this point. The amount of damage that is marked on Snugglin Rum's champion is the probably only damage amount that either of the players care about right now. You know, Zalianitis
Yeah.
can afford to take an extra um 18. I'm bad at math. Something like 18
Yeah.
damage before it's a
It's
problem.
18 damage right now. Only 14 damage, and then 18 is. Sorry, 17, and then the 18th damage is the
Yeah.
devastating blow to finish out
So
the game.
the 18th damage is the only one that matters, and Snugglin Rum is very far away from dealing that particular point of damage.
Yeah, that Bandersnatch is putting in a lot of work here. However, if Zalianitis has the Shadow Strike, it doesn't matter. Like you said, because sure you can lineage release Alice level 1, you can use Ticket to the Afterlife, but it's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, I mean, Alice is great at recovery, but at some point, you can put that to the test. At some point, you can stress Alice enough that the recovery just doesn't come through. But what we are
Yep.
seeing from Snugglin Rum is Harrow the Saved. So this card pulls
No.
all of the specters out of Snugglin Rum's banish and puts them into the graveyard, and also gives you recovery for each card
That's
pulled out
four.
this way.
That is a crazy amount of damage here for snuggling around 4
Mm-hmm.
specters into the grave, recovering 4. So he's back down to 11. Oh, that's
So
a
yeah,
really low amount.
this is a lot of recovery, and it also gives Snugglin Rum additional fuel, or would if the sensor wasn't on the table. Of course, Snugglin Rum with that Phantasmagoria able to cycle through the discard. So we might very well see one of Snugglin Rum's regalia answers or item answers show up again. We could very well be the exactly same Ghastly Corrosion that's already been played, or the one of Fracture Eyes.
Yeah, that's a very very tough position, but at least the Leonidas has 13 damage counter, 13 preparation counters on his champion. Assassin's Reaper coming out, so we could see a Shadow Strike for. Okay, we need. There is 5 cards currently in Alice Lineage, -1 from the Lineage release, so that's gonna be 6 recovery from that, 2 recovery from the ticket. That's 8, and he needs 11 damage, so 19, I believe. Sailing Nice needs to Shadow Strike for 19, which is not impossible looking at that board. The dungeon guy coming in for 1.
Of course,
The
even with
Bandersnatch
all
is
of
gone. Slice and dice. Slice and
what
dice.
happened to the Bandersnatch?
I missed what happened to the Bandersnatch. Bandersnatch was gone. It was snatched away. Poof, gone. Disappeared. There is
I'm
a
not
slice and dice
seeing.
for the Ripper.
Well, anyway, with no Bandersnatch on the field, this slice and dice is this slice and dice enough?
Green.
Actually,
Oh,
not with additional recovery being played here.
no. Not with a lost promises. It's not enough. And
Yeah,
3
playing the
damage
part
ended. Yeah.
of the end of combat cards, we have Lost Promises here, ending the combat.
Yeah, no
And
Song of Frost, but Lost Promises is better.
Lost Promises does a pretty good Song of Frost impression.
Also, Nocturne's Oblivion was played for Bandersnatch.
That explains it. Yes. Zalianitis playing that object removal that we talked about during the sideboarding discussion. So it did
Yeah,
in fact come in.
it was a lot more useful removing the Bandersnatch than the Ticket to the Afterlife.
Oh
It's
yeah,
a
definitely.
bigger threat, arguably.
Yeah, but with that Bandersnatch gone, Zalianitis can start chipping in some damage again, maybe closing the
Yes.
gap a little bit.
Yeah. Ooh, what are we gonna bring
So
back?
Spectral Haunting.
Ah,
Oh
there's the
boy.
Jabberwocky.
A Jabberwock has
Alright.
been found.
Alright. Mm.
What's
So we are really close. I believe it's been Omen.
mm,
It's so again because that looks like it was Omen. Like the
yeah, for the Amiraki,
Jabberwocky
yep.
was Omen. Yeah.
Which means that Snuggle and Rum's Baleful Oblations will be hitting for 8 apiece.
True. So probably he did find one in his hand. Like it's in his hand now, which is it's just like the only scenario when I could imagine him just going for the condemned ticket over like a key or something.
Hmm.
So that however, that is enough to end the game here because Zillioninus is only on 10 damage counters, so we're gonna be around for a little bit longer with only 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, or 45 seconds on the clock. This is going to a point where either Snuggling Rum wins and it's a 1-1 draw, or Zillioninus wins and then it's a 2-0 for him. There's a city coming out. He can just do whatever he wants now to just deal and push as much damage as he can. Now, Snuggling Rum at 20 damage counters, but Zillioninus only has 2 cards in hand. No, painful
Yeah, probably
moment.
not enough to close it out here, especially through the Lineage release that Snuggling still has available. And we are seeing recovery using Ticket to the Afterlife, so the game is going to continue for at least a little bit longer.
Oh, wait, there's no Grand Pastiche in Snuggling Rum's deck, so it's not going to be damage. It's just going to be anything that Zillioninus throws out that Baleful, Doctor's Oblivion can take care. Oh, no, wait. I'm silly. The Baleful is still there, so he probably has it. Or has the Nocturnes to take care of that Censor finally? Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great for Snuggling Room, right? It definitely wants to be in a position where we can get rid of that sensor at some point. But a lot of it is going to depend on what filters its way into Snuggling Room's hand. Most likely, we're going to be seeing a Baleful Ablation here, which will put paid to all of that chip damage that Zalionitis is sending in.
Yeah.
And at that point, Zalionitis is going to have to find a lot more damage or another mastermind scheme in order to just one-shot Snuggling with a huge Shadow Strike.
Yeah, but he still has to find his way there, which is tough because Snuggling Rum still has not lineage released and level 1 is still there. Oh, there it is.
There's that
There's
Baleful Ablation. It's going
just a
to
pain
hit everything on the board for 8, assuming it goes through.
that will finally give that Memento Mori remaining counters that it beats. If it
Yeah,
removes.
Snuggling's going to get that one draw.
Finally, after a lot of turns of it just being on the board, is going to be 8. Yeah, because there's
There
gonna
it
be
goes.
8 counters, eight gift counters on the Memento Mori. Death will be remembered, and we will pay respect to the dead by drawing cards off because of them. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and with those shadows gone, that is unfortunately for Zalionitis a lot of the extra damage sources that he had available. So Zalionitis is going to have to refill the board from hand, gonna have to find the influence to play
Yeah.
out a couple more threats, or gonna have to find that Shadow Strike. Otherwise, this is looking like a long game.
And there's not a lot of time on the clock, so it might just be a survive kind of game plan for Zalionitis. Only
Yeah,
7,
that's a very
like,
true. Zalionitis, let's not forget, does have that the game advantage right now, up 1
yeah,
point in this match. So if this game ends in a tie, that's Zalionitis' match point.
yeah. As long as he keeps up the incapacitate for the second Baleful, he's gonna be surviving long enough because right now Snuggling Rock has 0, like no other way to deal damage because one of the Jabberwockies is actually just banished as an omen. No miasmas on board, and no, still a instants are on board, so there's nothing coming back on every single turn. Zillionitis bringing the CD back, so now it's 18 damage counter as some both other champions. However, Alice is closer to death, and oh my god, he passes the turn. That is so painful, but it could very well mean incapacitate for Zillionitis here. Just needs to survive like a couple more minutes.
Yeah, Nullifying Lantern coming out though. I'm not sure if this is intended to really stop anything on Zalionitis' side, or if it's just very few options left for Materializes with how long this game has gone on. But we are seeing the backup charger for Snuglinrum get activated, and now a decent chunk of cards in hand. So, what is Snuglinrum going to do to try and get this game completed here? Are we going to see another Baleful Ablation? Assuming that lands, that would end things here. That does not look like a Baleful Ablation to me.
That does not look like something to deal a lot of damage with right now. Which is really good news for Zillionitis, actually.
On the other hand, I think that's Spectral Haunting. Is that what he is playing here? That looks like a Spectral Haunting. Okay, so that could actually be enough to close the game out.
Never mind, yeah.
Jabberwock coming out here is 4 damage, which is not enough damage immediately. Bandersnatch coming out here is a bunch of recovery, which is a huge deal if Zalionitis intends to keep chipping in with. There is the Jabberwock. Yep, a great choice.
As long as, Snuglinrum has, I believe, more than at least 4 cards in hand, if not more. So that Jabberwocky is going to be hitting for 8, very, very possibly.
Oh, I forgot about Jabberwock's ability to gain extra power, extra attack. Oh my god, that's huge.
Because you just need a couple cards in hand, because every Spectre you banish lets you recover 2. But not only that, but Jabberwocky gets 2 power until the end of turn.
Yeah, so eating 2 Spectre allies actually lets Jabberwock come in for game here. 7 more damage available for Zalionitis, and no Ominous Shadows to redirect to.
Yeah, ooh.
We are seeing
Trying everything with the Surveil the Winds. Oh, he has it! He has the Valley Breeze!
Oh, this is huge.
He goes on another turn. Now, what are we seeing? 3 only, though. So he has to win next turn, or that Jabberwocky's gonna hurt on the crackback.
Yeah, so this does prevent some damage here, but it doesn't prevent all the damage, and it doesn't deal with the Jabberwocky, which is kind of a rough position for Zalionitis still.
Yeah.
We're going to see... Ooh, fascinating. Okay. And it's ephemeral. Whoa! That is an extra 4 damage from hand using these Undying Dreams. Is that going to be enough? I think that looks like enough to me. If the 3 damage being prevented here would have taken Zalionitis to 21, then an extra 4 damage is exactly lethal.
But didn't Snuglinrum only pay for Jabberwocky's ability 1? So it was
one activation of the Jabberwock's ability. So Jabberwock had 6 power at that point. And then 2 Undying Dreams, which is 2 buff counters and 2 instances of temporary +1/+1. Because the Jabberwock is ephemeral off of the Spectral Haunting.
10 minus 3 is exactly
10 minus 3 is exactly lethal.
Yeah. Do you think, like, there's only 1 minute left in the round. Both of these decks are slower decks. I don't think can win in 2 turns.
No. This is definitely going to end as a draw.
I commend them for trying, but I think there's only like 2 decks in the game that could win in 2 actually really only 1 materialization, because you put your spirit out, that's your first turn. You pass. They don't escape materialization. Then they pass back to you. Then you materialize, and
yeah, Zalionitis is definitely not winning on his own turn 2, which means...
And Snuglinrum's also not. So that is definitely going to be a draw, even if the players decide to play it out, though. You know, I is there like the one that can win out of these two? I believe Zillionitis could win. There's a slight chance that he has like a bajillion prep counters, slice and dice. But oh yeah, wait, yeah. If you're at overtime, you can't even start your third game because it's like there's no point. So
Right.
that is a draw
Yep.
for
That is in
these
fact a
two
draw.
players. At least we saw two games finish with Water Alice, so we're doing a lot
Yeah.
better than we did last week.
Yes, this wasn't a
That's
0-0 draw. This was a 1-1 draw, which is a much better performance out of Spectral Alice than maybe we would have expected.
maybe next week we get to see a 3 whole games played, and then eventually, if they lose next week, then we can even see maybe a 2-1 and then a 2-0, and then we're like, wow, the improvement is awesome.
Yeah, maybe someday Spectral Alice will be a deck that you can actually play a match to completion with. That would be amazing. It would be an incredible journey to get to that point, and I am 100% here for it.
Yeah. Quick little shout out before I forget. Happy Tilt said that Tristan quote, and I'm gonna quote it. Tristan wins or I shave my head. So I'm looking forward to the shaved head pictures. Thank you very much for the entertainment you're gonna be providing us after the stream's over.
Yeah, honestly, what better use for the Grand Archive Discord than pictures of Happy Tilt's shaved head?
Yeah. No, but actually, like that was a really fun game, and I genuinely thought that Tristan would win because it was looking really, really good. So like honestly, I would have taken the bet as well that we get to see someone win 2 games against the Dallas deck, which is hard in this current day and age. Like recovery is rampant, especially in Alice,
Mm-hmm.
and there you need to deal just so much damage. It's actually so painful.
Yeah, I think that this shows how important familiarity with the matchup is, because there was kind of a crucial
Yeah,
misread from Zalianitis that I think really was the turning point of that second game. The Bandersnatch living an extra turn and
a
generally
couple of
just
turns
putting a huge
actually.
stop sign up and preventing Zalianitis from getting that damage through. Because Zalianitis had
Yeah,
a fairly impressive board at that point. And once the Bandersnatch got a turn to attack, um, that really just halted all of the momentum in either
yeah.
direction.
It was really, really tough because I think many of us would have made the same mistake. Like, if you don't know the card, especially on webcam events, you're not
Mhm.
gonna ask, like, so how does it work or like what is happening? And I think it's also an easy to misunderstand card. So, like, if you look it up, you see recover 3, and like, okay, does the Bandersnatch recover or do they recover? So, it's a really understandable mistake. I think
Absolutely,
there's
absolutely.
many of us that would have fallen into it. So it was really bad because, like you said, if went away, sure, 6 damage recovered, but at least no cleave, so you still have all your allies and your whole board, and then it would have been a lot more to build on top of. And I think I would have been game a lot earlier for Tristan. So it was really unfortunate,
Mhm.
especially with so many Tristans running around. I am pretty sure Snuggling Rum is very familiar with the matchup.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I think Snuggle Rum, played that matchup pretty well. I think Snuggle Rum, most importantly, played that matchup pretty quickly in terms of kind of actions taken
Yes.
over the time. Not a lot of sort of sitting back and making decisions, which is really critical when you're playing a deck that slowly. It's very easy to kind of fall into some bad habits and take
Yep.
time to think about things when you really need to be able to play snappily if you want to be able to finish a match.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, that was a really, really long match. I also need to recover. I think you also need to recover. So we're gonna send it to a really quick break, and after that, it's gonna be Jim and Perfect Calcium back again for a really, really exciting round 3.
Looking forward to it.
Me too.
Welcome back to the TCG Online Weekly. I am Jim the Eternal. With me is PerfectKalcium. Welcome back to the stream, PK. How you doing?
I'm doing really, really well. I'm glad to be casting as usual. You know, it's always fun every week. And yeah, back to casting with you, Jim. We've done it once before, and this time it's going to be another fantastic cast. I can already feel it. No matter the matchup, you know, titans of the industry, of course, Jim, and then me, just some dude. Because Jim is good enough on his own for everyone out there listening. I tell you that
Well,
right
you know, I like to be able to carry whoever I'm working with, so
now.
that's
I appreciate that.
no,
Oh,
but definitely a pleasure casting with you as it has been in previous matches. So I'm really thrilled to see what they're going to be throwing at us today.
yeah.
Hopefully we'll have some good matches. The previous one, kind of a grindy match, but exciting nonetheless. Kind of a lot going on.
Yes, absolutely. I was one of the casters for that round one Alice last time, so it's great to see that deck not only again, but also that deck actually finish a match. You know, get actually get through some games. We get to see some of the strength. They actually, you know, taking a game 1-1 is definitely, you know, for better or worse, it is generally more exciting than a 0-0. So I'm glad to see that deck again.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, the Alice deck has been something that I have been paying attention to for kind of the mostly ignominious career of Spectral Alice. But I love the idea. I love the recursion aspects, being able to cycle through your
Mhm.
graveyard like that. Ephemerate is such a good value engine if your opponent lets you do it. So I'm really excited to see kind of how people are innovating with this, what people are bringing to the table, and especially whether or not it's something that's viable enough to win matches without going to time every single time, which is of course the biggest concern.
Yeah, it's
But
definitely something that.
fortunately for everybody involved, I think the next match is not going to involve any Spectral Alices at all.
No, it looks like we have Wind Seiryu and Fire Merlin coming up. Ooh,
This is a classic matchup. So, sight unseen, without knowing anything else about the decks, who do you
all
think
right.
has the advantage?
Oh, I think. Oh, it's tough. I think I'm gonna give this one to Seiryu. Sight unseen. I'm assuming that they're playing something closer to the London list. This like sort of big influence Seiryu that can kind of come out of nowhere. They don't necessarily need to turbo Seiryu anymore. They don't. I mean, there's a lot of times they don't even need Seiryu, frankly, except for the very last thing. And being able to dunk in that Seiryu combo for 32 damage. That's fine, right? Merlin doesn't have that kind of recovery, especially in fire. They don't have over 30 life even. So, you know, what are they going to do? If the chips are down, I think it comes down to Seiryu as long as we don't see like a very, very quick uh, inner Majesty come out.
Yeah, I think Merlin is kind of known for their sort of mid-rangey damage options, a couple of defensive tricks, and of course, the Incarnate Majesty, like you said, is
Yeah.
definitely going to be a big deal if that comes out. But otherwise, Seiryu has just a lot of punch. And unless the tricks line up kind of really well for Merlin, it does seem to me like Seiryu will have that advantage. Of course, we won't know until we get into the game, and it sounds like we're pretty close to that.
Yeah. Well, let's taking a quick look at the deck. Seiryu does look like, at a quick glance, it does look like the London deck.
Mhm.
So, you know, for people who played Seiryu in the past, if you're coming back to the game, you might be surprised seeing some of the counts of the deck. Things like 2 Seiryu's Command, 3 Harness Lightning. And that's because, you know, instead we're running cards like Turbocharge. We're running cards like Unmake Duality. We're looking to have this super massive influence combined with our Wind Engine. And at a certain point, we're able to play any card. We're able to play around Incapacitates. We run Incapacitates. Not a
Mhm.
huge deal. So yeah, looking pretty good. Oh, I see a blinding lapse as well in the sideboard. I'm very interested in that.
Yep. And escape the wreckage in the deck as well as a +1, and just a lot of wind shenanigans. You know, the kind of stuff that wind decks have been famous for ever since Windmill Engineer came out. So we're going to be seeing some Ace and Protectors. We're going to be seeing some reclaims. We're going to be seeing decent amount of
Mhm.
a decent amount of on enters and abuse of on enters. This deck is also running Forest Cakes, kind of traditionally for Seiryu. So between that and the Baby Green, there's potentially a lot of sources of not only card neutral plays, but card advantageous plays.
Mhm. And with those baby greens, we can also, if we need to, get our Tengu. So we're able to get our quest counters from very few to instantly that that magic 10 number that allows us to flip our Azurite Fatestone, the all important Seiryu.
Looks like we're jumping straight into the
Oh,
match.
okay.
Match has
Yeah.
already begun. We have a Windmill Engineer down for Chatterbox, our Seiryu player, and Neoniclax up on top. The Merlin player having gone for the backup charger already, and matching it is Chatterbox on the bottom. So this looks like we're into our turn twos, one materialize on each side now. And not too much on the board yet, mostly just building up influence and building up discards. You think that's a creative shock in the yard for Neoniclax. So kind of what you'd expect, I think, for the early game for both of these decks, right, PK?
Yeah, definitely. So I think one thing, like I said, if you're coming back, from a previous season, you're looking at this Seiryu, you might be interested that this Seiryu went for a backup charger instead of, instantly becoming Goja and getting out that Fate Stone to begin getting quest counters. So in this sort of newer form of Seiryu, uh, we're really just looking for a huge, every turn our opponent takes off, we can take off as well. We're looking for that huge influence because at a certain point, even Fire Merlin won't be able to keep up with the influence that we can generate, and then we can suddenly, pop a huge combo, get our Seiryu out, and deal tons of damage in one go. Two Dream
Mhm.
Fairies being shown as well, so already some answers in hand for things like Majestic Spirit.
Yeah, and influence, like you said, is the name of the game. So these Windmill Engineers keeping Chatterbox card neutral. We saw the materialization being a card draw rather than going straight to Guoja, like you said, and building up to the point. This deck does run Regal Inquisition main, so it's happy to let the game go long and then sculpt their opponent's hand when setting up for that big combo at the end.
Yeah, Regal Inquisition. I think the sculpting is something really, really important. Uh, Once you have sorry, once you have the ability to play Seiryu, you want to make sure you're not running into any of those Seiryu traps, especially as we did get some extra ones in Phantom Monarchs. I always mess this up. It's the one where you have to sacrifice an ally. I can't remember the name because I always say the wrong name. But that's definitely one of the new ones you got to watch out for. So being able to take that, taking ensnaring fumes out of their hands, for example, very, very important. In this case, something overlapping visages just mentioned in my ear, thank you. And yeah, there we go, sacrifice. Oh yeah. This is the one that I think is very interesting because this, if I remember correctly, this one has multiple arts. So your opponent, they could show you one and you don't necessarily know it by sight. Each player sacrifices an ally. If at least one non-distortion ally, one distortion ally is sacrificed, you summon a lost being token. uh, I don't think I've ever seen a lost being token, to be totally honest. But it's very useful, of course, to have your opponent sacrifice an ally, and especially if they only have one ally out and it's Seiryu, that's a huge blow.
Mm-hmm. Um, Yeah, absolutely. I think that is definitely something that Chatterbox is probably aware of, although probably not too relevant in this matchup. Not something that we typically see from Merlin. What we are seeing from
Mm.
Merlin, though, is the dungeon guide. So Neoniclax went to level 1, got the Sword of Seeking, and then immediately played a dungeon guide leveling up to level 2 Merlin here. And I think setting up to really cause some problems for Chatterbox if any floating memory is available, right? Chatterbox is not going to want to spend cards from hand, although in this case, that's what they had to do, spending one of those Dream Fairies in order to go to Guoja level 1, bringing out that fabled Azurite Fate Stone, and kind of beginning the overall strategy here, which is typical for Seiryu decks.
Yeah, I think one thing to point out in this Seiryu deck is just double checking. I don't think there's very much floating memory. Uh, so unfortunately, I
Claim,
think
and that's
Merlin's
about
going
it,
to have
right?
to go ahead and take. They're going to have to go ahead and eat up their own floating memory if they need that level counter. What's the huge advantage here for Neon Clax going to Merlin 3 as soon as possible?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether or not Deoniclax is really built up to take advantage of that kind of turbo level 3. It could very well be that the point of this is just to start playing those Ghosts of Pendragons and slamming an Incarnate Majesty as early as possible. We're also seeing Claimed from
Oh,
Beyond as one of the cards in Neoniclax's deck. So, might very well be looking to try and handle some of Chatterbox's problematic on-field objects using some of these Crux abilities.
And by problematic on-field objects, I feel, Jim, you probably are mentioning the incandescent reliquary.
That certainly is a problematic on-field object, absolutely.
Yeah, making sure that our opponent. So, we keep mentioning the idea of influence, but that's one of the really, key regalia as far as ensuring that our Seru player is able to keep up their influence. Because if your opponent is someone like Merlin, where they're also looking to have high influence, you're making sure that you're gonna, generally keep card for card. A fireball early already, taking out the
Oh,
dark.
this is so cool. Okay, so Chatterbox dropped a dungeon guide in order to go up to level 2, and then displaced it in order to try and go up to level 3. But Neonoclax is responding to this displace with the fireball, so we're not going to get the extra activation for the dungeon guide. Chatterbox is actually left in kind of a difficult situation there. Now it's going to cost extra, it's going to take an extra turn, and Neonoclax firing off that fireball, that's a little bit of damage that Neonoclax isn't going to have available late game, but it slows down Chatterbox so much.
That is super interesting. Yeah, because we would have gotten an extra 2 quest counters from the Banish leveling up, as well as going to Goja level 3. We would almost certainly choose the 3 quest counters, being at 0 damage currently.
And this kind of makes me wonder if Chatterbox was going for
Mm.
a quick kill. You know, this
That's
deck
good.
definitely designed to do kind of influence bullying, just have a lot of options available, but that doesn't mean that it can't turbo out a Seiryu and kill on turn 4, just like any other Seiryu deck.
Yeah, I do. Okay, we're going to we're going to
All
Goja
right,
3.
going to level 3 anyway.
Dream
Leaving not a
Fairy
lot of cards in hand.
Echoes.
And this also delays the Reliquary as well, right? So this is, he
Yeah,
has to hard materialize the level 3 here, so Reliquary can't come out until next turn.
we have also seen 2 Byaku's command go to Banish already. No problem. I mean, there are 4, of course, but I'm very interested in what Chatterbox's hand looks like.
Yeah, I mean, Chatterbox does have the ability to kind of draw some cards at this point, right? Between the Reliquary and all of the other, influence options that are available in the deck. I'm not too worried about Chatterbox's ability to refill as long as he's not feeling pressured. And Neonoclax is still a ways away from really dealing a whole bunch of damage to Chatterbox. On the field, we have that 3 of Hearts, which is helping to clear the board, but not really going to be pushing a lot of damage in. And of course, hard to get damage through Seiryu, of course, unless we see one of those big attack options that are usually not present in the Merlin decks.
One thing I'm
So
very
it's
interested. Mhm.
go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, I was saying one thing I'm very interested in is I wonder whether or not the quick level up to Merlin was to ensure that we are a mage if we have Nimue in hand.
I was thinking exactly the same thing. Nimue Curse Touch is such a neat addition to these decks, and the fact that Neonoclax is running it main here really tells you what Neonoclax is worried about coming against, right? This is a great answer for a card like Seiryu, which has Spell Shroud, which has, the lineage release from Guoja level 2. So a lot of ways to defend this enormous taunter, but all it takes is Nimue and a Resolute Stand or a Reprogram or, any of these other skills that are available in this deck in order to just completely prevent any options that Chatterbox has available from protecting the dragon.
So this was interesting. So we saw Harness Lightning into a Byaku's command. Uh, yeah, taking. Okay, yeah. So unfortunately, it looks like Neonclax only had a reprogram in hand to be able to attempt to blunt that damage. So there's
Yeah.
that quick turbo to 3 stereo
Yep,
kill.
yep. So that fireball from Neonoclax, it was the right move. It bought him an extra turn, but even just the one extra turn, not quite enough for Neonoclax to really keep himself out of danger range. So that was unfortunate for sure. So we're going into the sideboarding now for match 2. What do you think we're going to see out of Neonoclax's sideboard? What do you think is going to bring in order to try and turn the corner against this really dangerous dragon?
Well, I think first and foremost, I see some crystallized destinies in there. So I have a feeling those might make themselves in. Blanche, Sheltering Saint. We've seen that kind of come back in quite a few decks. Some even main board, but a lot more sideboard. So I could see those coming in. uh, Resolute Stand. Protect her at all costs might be an interesting thing to see come in. We are Merlin, of course, so we're able to redirect. Uh, and last but not least, we still have two more Nimuways. So my question would be, do we go to 4 Nimuways for this?
I think we do. There's 7 cards coming in from Neanoclax's sideboard. Would not surprise me at all to see 2 Destinies, 2 Curse Touches, 2 Protector at all costs, and then maybe a Stalwart Shieldmate or something like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the one extra Stalwart Shieldmate there. Just make sure that that damage doesn't come directly to you every time. Taking a look at Chatterbox's sideboard. Uh, let's see. I don't
So
think we're
not a
gonna see.
lot of things here that seem particularly relevant to this matchup, right? We're seeing kind of some very specific answers for in this sideboard. We could see an Innervate Agility come in, but stuff like, Peer Beyond or Stolen Chance probably not going to matter too much here. Spellword Scepter not going to matter too much here. Yeah, I like Innervate Agility, and there's the potential for Blinding Lapse because Merlin also one of those internet influence bully decks for sure.
Yeah, I think I would agree. There's a very small chance of Crystallized Destiny, but there's only one, so it's not necessarily always going to be your answer against the the big fireball or anything. Plus, Merlin has a lot
Topsy
of fast damage anyway.
Yeah, and kind
Oh,
of relevant to that, Topsy Decree also
yeah.
potentially coming in for our Stereo player here. Topsy
Yeah, I missed
Decree,
that.
one of the more rising stars kind of cards, seems to be present in a lot of decks now, and very good at answering anything that's going to try and deal damage directly to your champion, as well as kind of punishing decks for taking some time off and trying to work on their influence.
Yeah, I mean, I would I would almost argue, not even Rising Star, it's just a star at this point. I think we've all seen the strength of this card over tons of matches, and yeah, like you said, especially into Merlin, especially if we think they're going to take any time off, or they're going to creative shock into floating or a liminal, we can go ahead and try to punish that.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Chatterbox is thinking about that interaction, but also given the speed at which game 1 ended, Chatterbox might not be that worried.
Ooh,
A
unmake
gas
duality.
start for Neonoclax here. The unmake duality, I think we are expecting to see a lot of dualities get unmade here. Influence positive for Neonoclax, and wouldn't surprise me to see exactly the same thing from Chatterbox. The only thing that Looking Glass is in here for is to turn in for 2 cards.
Yeah, in fact, Chatterbox, I believe, running 3 of them. Yeah, so definitely wouldn't be surprised to see another unmake duality.
Neonoclax
Oh,
running that initial unmake duality. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, Neonoclax running this initial unmake duality is actually a little bit surprising to me to see on turn 1, because
mhm.
that means that the inert sword in Neonoclax's materials is now kind of locked in place. But maybe the Sword of Seeking feels more important for Neonoclax here.
Yeah, just taking a quick look.
In the meantime,
Yeah,
a creative shock. So both of these players just building up influence and maybe moving forward a little bit. We're seeing the level 1 now from Neonoclax off of that gentle respite, coming out with a Seeker's Longsword. Wow, why can't
sort
I
of
remember
seeking.
the name of that card? Sword of
Sort of seeking.
Seeking.
Yeah,
I was
it's
thinking
the
of the
newer art.
Seeker's
Newer
Rifle.
art.
That's
Yeah.
what it was. No Rangers here. Jeez.
Seeker. Yeah. Hey, hold on. Why isn't it Seeker's Blade or something? I know it technically came first, but we should have thought about the naming thing there.
Yeah,
Make it easy.
Weebs.
Craft
Why
it.
can't you why can't you build your game around my preconceptions?
Yeah. Why don't they just name cards the way we want them to be named? The inert sword though, they're perfectly coming out with the majestic spirit for Fluffy, so not
Mhm.
a huge loss there. Especially because Neonoclux clearly thinking that they need some early gas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is a great way to keep that influence up, going card neutral while still increasing your board presence. And this is a really solid level up turn for Neonoclax, right? Now has the defense on Fluffy Shopkeep and has level 1 working his way towards kind of that upper level, and sitting pretty on a decent amount of influence as well.
Yeah, with that pretty fast start, I think we're also seeing sort of the same thing here on Chatterbox's side, choosing to go up to Goja level 1 instead of waiting or getting any more influence.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had much to do early on. That unmake duality, of course, very helpful, giving him an extra card, and just immediately turning that card in order to go to level 1 seems appropriate for Guoja here. You don't want to get too behind in sort of the level up war between you and your opponent, especially when your opponent kind of has the same sort of mid-rangey, high influence plan. You can keep pace with your opponent very easily, and if the cards work out right, you can turbo up. But just you don't want to fall behind too far.
Yeah, we're seeing okay. We're already seeing Merlin level 2. So this is definitely something where we're almost certainly looking for Merlin 3. Let's see if this is a dungeon guide.
Oh, that could be a really good play here. Yeah, Dungeon Guide
Yeah.
leveling up to 3 would be great. I think Neoniclax, it seems like, oh, there it is, just like
There.
you called it, PK. Perfect. Neoniclax here, I think, is wanting to get their game plan online sooner rather than later. As well, I think they're a little bit worried about their own life total, what with the Turbo Dragon from the previous game. So moving up to kind of the higher levels as quick as possible seems like an appropriate game plan for them.
Yeah, we did see the Stifling Trap come out, so we're gonna have to wait one more turn for Merlin 3, it seems. Oh, 2 reclaims being used for Guoja level 2. Keeping pace, I wonder. Okay, so here's the bet, right? Does Chatterbox have a dungeon guide?
Well, we're definitely not going to see a stifling trap out of Neoniclax. So a dungeon guide here could potentially indicate a really, really powerful turn coming up. But I suspect we're not going to see nearly as quick a Seru this time, since Chatterbox hasn't had some of the other options available, right? We aren't seeing any allies from Chatterbox. We're not seeing any wind shenanigans. So mostly just kind of straightforward, moving up the levels, spending the cards, and getting up to level 3 possibly in order to get that reliquary out as soon as possible.
Yeah, we also haven't seen a turn off on Chatterbox's side, so there's no extra influence. We're simply spending cards and no floating memory. You know, we saw those reclaims, but I presume they didn't have an ally to sort of reclaim in order to grab it. In
Yeah.
addition, unfortunately, when your opponent, you know your opponent's Merlin, you know you know that they're willing to, if they see a floating memory like that, probably even dungeon guide up to go ahead and take that from you. So interesting thing here. We see Neoniclax. They're going to take a turn off with a backup charger.
Followed immediately by a turbocharge. So definitely focused on getting that hand size up before moving on to level 3. And this is I think sort of the new meta, kind of the new way of playing the game that people have found is build up your influence first, make sure you know what options you have available, and then kind of keep even and spend a little in order to move to level up, rather than turboing up to level 3 and trying to rebuild influence once you hit that point.
Yeah, I think this match or this game specifically is very interesting in so much as we're seeing a almost sort of reverse where Neoniclox is the one with quite a lot of influence, and Chatterbox is the one where if they need to come up in order to get the reliquary, they'll be sort of one turn behind. Tongu coming out, so our opponent takes a turn off, we take a turn off, just like you said. We're just trying to keep pace here.
Yep, these card draws definitely very important. The quest counter also important. We'll probably be seeing a level up either next turn or maybe even a dungeon guide this turn. Um, and that will put Chatterbox in a position to break out that dragon on the following turn if they have the tools to make that work for them, right? A lot of that is going to depend on whether or not the cards in hand line up, because the turn you flip that dragon needs to be the turn you do something with it, because unfortunately, dragons are a lot more vulnerable these days than they ought to be.
Yeah, uh, a lot of times series players only have like one or two arcane blasts now because yeah, like you said, the turn it comes out, it has to make a difference, and that difference generally has to be that you win the game right there. Uh, we do see the protector at all costs. In this case, we're not actually going to redirect any attacks. We're just bringing this out because it does produce a 3/3 obelisk token.
Yeah, 2
Or
3, I think.
a 2/3, sorry.
Yeah. It's a 0-1 base and then
Yeah, oh
2
one.
additional
Yeah.
counters. But yeah, actually, this is surprising
Oh,
amount
no
of
way.
aggression at a lowish level coming out from Neoniclax. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we see that Nimue. There's more than enough cards in hand for something like a reprogram. So with no other allies on board, that's, I mean, there is some level of threat, even if you did bring out your dragon. Another turn off, that makes sense to me. Backup charger, trying to find the right cards.
Yeah, with the Nimue on the board, just like you said, that dragon is under threat of almost anything, right? I know almost anything could kill that dragon if it flips. So Chatterbox definitely not going to flip it directly into Nimue's Cursed Touch. Probably sitting back trying to find an answer. I think Chatterbox is hoping for some kind of ally-based approach here, being able to deal that 3 damage to Nimue in order to get them off the field. Seems like it would be their best choice at this point.
Yeah, let's take a look at their deck real quick. Your allies are going to be Ace and Protector, Baby Green Slime, and Dream Fairy, seems,
Not a whole
and
lot of
Wimble
options
Engineers.
there. Dream Fairy would
So,
actually be really good.
yeah, Dream Fairy would probably be your choice. Unfortunately, Neoniclax, uh, unfortunately, Neoniclax almost certainly being able to take it out, but being able to put Nimue away does make our dragon safe for the turn. So one big difference, once again, one big difference in this deck compared to previous series decks is that we're not seeing Brisk Windtrotter, and in this deck at all. So we're unable to sort of get those extra buff counters just from that horse. And a lot of times, of course, previous area, we're going to get 2 buff counters, being level 2 or 3. In this case, we get nothing.
Yeah, a lot lighter on not only the ally count, but the ally spread for this sort of influence bully version of Seiryu, right? I'm trying to go to level 3 now, so here comes that dungeon guide. And
Yeah.
I think at this point, level 3 is more of a life buffer than anything else. Give Chatterbox a little bit more time to draw some answers rather than going immediately for the dragon. But we'll see what decisions he makes once we've gotten to that point.
Yeah, so at 5 quest counters, Dungeon Guide does bring you to 10 directly if you choose the counter. Okay, and we have chosen the counters instead of recovery. So our dragon is possible to put in play. I would just be so wary of the cards being held up for something like a reprogram. Or even at level 2, why not just play a free Resolute Stand on the dragon, right? If it gets rid of it, I'm not too worried.
Yeah, even with almost no influence, as long as you have one card in hand, that one card could be Resolute Stand. But of course,
Regal.
the
Yeah.
Regal is here. This is actually maybe even a better choice for Chatterbox as opposed to trying to kill off the Nimue, because this makes sure that even with Nimue on the field, Neoniclax doesn't have a way to kill off Seiryu regardless. And I'm
2
seeing 2
Resolute
Resolutes in that hand.
Stands. Is that a Pendragon? Yes, it is.
Yeah, 2
And
Resolutes, a
another Protector.
Pendragon, a Protect. We're also seeing some other
3 of
stuff that's
Hearts.
probably not going to matter too much, right? Like a 3 of Hearts,
Yeah,
etc.
3 of Hearts, Library Witch, and another Fluffy. So almost certainly a little bit of a interesting thing there. Yeah, almost certainly gonna let Neoniclex keep their memory, but those 2 Resolute Stands and the Pendragon likely going out. And would you remove the Protector? Okay, looks like they're gonna choose to
Yeah,
do
it
so.
looks like that is in fact one of the cards that that Chatterbox wants to get rid of. It makes some amount of sense if you are going for like a Harness Lightning kind of play, to a big like 2/9 damage swings with Harness Lightning and buff count Byaku's Command.
A little
Oh, but the
unfortunate they
reprogram
did
gets
get, yeah,
drawn.
they got the reprogram as well as the Topsy.
Mm-hmm. Woof.
So I mean,
Topsy, Topsy, I think protecting from Arcane Blast is definitely going
mhm,
to be a hassle. But that doesn't affect the dragon directly the same way that the reprogram does right now.
right. Yeah, that's I mean, that's how Regal Inquisition works.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you seal the game right there. Sometimes they just draw basically the same card again.
Yeah, I mean, it does replace all of the cards that you get rid of, so you
Yeah.
are rolling the dice a little bit.
On the bright side, you do get knowledge of it, of course. They do have to reveal it to you. So you do know that you're walking into a potential trap.
Yeah, and knowing what your opponent has in hand is definitely a big aid in this kind of situation, right? So less about like, oh, do they have it? Now you know they do or they don't, and you can plan accordingly.
Young Clock's going up to 3. So, oh, I didn't even think about that. Would you, but so we didn't see it here, but would you think about regaling one of the memory, even though, they all seemed kind of not really worth it. Would you have thought about reeling one of the memory in order to make sure there's only two in memory?
Is actually one of the plays that I really, really like with Regal Inquisition is making sure that your opponent doesn't have enough cards in memory to level up if that's their game plan. It's so annoying to deal with. And of
Well,
course, my
speaking of,
mission is to be
yeah.
as annoying as possible.
Oh, you know what? I support it. I don't care what anyone else says, Jim. You're pretty cool.
Aw, thanks.
Speaking of memory, though, and annoying for everybody, escape the wreckage. So there was, of course, an ally on Chatterbox's side, that dungeon guide. And yeah, like you said, part of this influence bully is, of course, to gain more influence and escape the wreckage is a perfect card, not only saving one of your allies, but also replacing itself and getting a card to memory.
Unfortunately, playing influence game is not going to serve Chatterbox super well when Neoniclax has so much damage on the field. This just keeps building up and up and up. We have 2, 1, 1, another 1 from Nimue, and now 3 more from the Ghosts of Pendragon. 8 damage coming in this turn, and potentially another 8 damage coming in next turn, on top of whatever Neoniclax wants to fire off now that he's level 3. So this is starting to look really, really dangerous for Chatterbox. I would be very worried in his position.
Yeah, 100%. I will apologize, Shadowbox. I said the word influence. That probably summoned Ghost of Pendragon. Because as everyone knows, Ghost of Pendragon, very, very strong, being able to return Regalia and grabbing 2 cards. Although, speaking of Regalia, we do now see that Incandescent Reliquary coming out. Very, very powerful card to ensure that we keep up our hand. But with that reprogram, and I think Neoniclax, of course, good enough player to make sure they always have enough to keep that reprogram as a danger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't put Nimue Cursed Touch in your deck without planning to keep up at least 3 cards in your hand at all times.
Yeah, so
Neoniclax definitely knows what he's doing here.
yeah, what's our way out if we're Chatterbox? This seems like a unfortunately pretty poor position.
Yeah, I mean, I would suspect that Chatterbox is digging for another Regal Inquisition. Regal Inquisition seems like it will be the card that.
Hey, you called it. You got it. All right, let's see it.
All right, well, time for Neoniclax to see whether or not he can do the same thing again, pitching the relevant cards and drawing the relevant cards back. Because the moment the way is clear, Chatterbox is definitely going to kill Neoniclax in one shot.
Oh, that's another one of our resolutes as well in hand, and a Crystallized Destiny.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like all stuff that Chatterbox is going to want to get rid of. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to find out that Chatterbox has the cards in hand still after firing off this Regal Inquisition to be able to Byaku's Command, Harness Lightning, and Seryu's Command for the full 40 damage combo.
Yes. Definitely.
But a lot of it is going to depend on whether or not Neoniclax has what they need to defend themselves, and none of that looks like a skill that will hit the dragon. So green light for this turn at least, and worst case, Chatterbox can flip the dragon and attack Nimue directly.
Now, Neoniclax does have another Nimue, but even clearing the one, it is important. Knowing that Neoniclax doesn't have anything else.
Right, yeah, especially knowing that with all of the cards Neoniclax has drawn, none of it is going to support Nimue in the way that it needs to be supported.
Yeah, we've seen 3 resolutes as well as 1 reprogram. So okay. You know what? I think that's totally fine, right? Chatterbox, we're not going in. We might not have all the cards that we need exactly like you said. Which I am interested in. Because like you said, the full 40 combo is great, but you don't need 40.
Right, yeah, you just need enough.
Yeah.
Speaking of enough, though, Neoniclax, we are seeing a pre-recollection flared iridescence come down. Neoniclax might be pushing for lethal right here, right now. 8 damage on the field, another 8 damage potentially from this flared iridescence. And who knows what additional cards Neoniclax has in hand ready to go once the turn actually starts here.
And here we go. There's that ephemerated flared iridescence pushing to 22. Doesn't take very much. Even that another Flare to Iridescence.
Second one. This is it. I don't know. I am
Oh,
worried for Chatterbox. I
okay.
don't think he's gonna have the cards to get out of this one. An Innervate Agility would definitely help here. Being able to go Spell Shroud yourself would mean that you're not going to take any additional damage from this Flare to Iridescence.
Oh, Topsy.
Topsy also works. Topsy allows you to give yourself Spell Shroud in much the same way that Innervate Agility would, and that's going to protect from additional spells, but that's not going to protect you from the 8 damage that's on the board.
Yeah,
Are we
Pet
going to see a
Dragon.
Resolute here? There better be a
Oh,
Resolute or
Resolute.
something, otherwise
Yeah.
Chatterbox is just dead on board.
And it would have to be the alternate cost Resolute as well. Or, okay, Innervate.
Ah, okay. The Innervate for the stealth instead. That is huge here. So
Wow.
both Spell Shroud and Stealth this turn, which is kind of wild. Neoniclax not going to be able to attack here. Neoniclax showing the Fireball, so the moment that we
Okay.
pass turn, being able to hit in that material.
Yeah. And okay.
Oh, okay, so he's revealing the Fireball, but there is Spell Shroud still on the champion, so the Fireball can't target the champion. So I guess the ruling is that Neoniclax chose to play the Fireball on a legal target on this board, which I guess would have been the Dungeon Guide. Wow, that's
Yeah.
really unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Although, okay. Dragon coming out.
Mhm.
This may be the time. That also would allow a free level 3 back up, and we can go ahead and recover 3.
And
Otherwise,
Neoniclax going for the creative shock here in
maybe
response to
digging.
the recover.
Maybe
So if he
digging.
can find what he needs to, he might be able to still end the game this turn. Yep.
Oh,
There's the other Flare to
yep.
Iridescence. There's the
Iridescence.
Ephemerate. So he still had 2 in hand. This is perfect. He still had 2 in hand, which is enough to Ephemerate Flare to Iridescence out of the graveyard. And that is, in fact, lethal in response to the Materialize. So Materialize
Yeah.
still on the stack. While Chatterbox is still at 17 of 19, that Flare to Iridescence comes in for lethal.
Fantastic play right there.
Yeah,
Very, very
absolutely.
fun.
And a good recovery from an otherwise really potentially dangerous stumble.
Yeah, the dragon flipping over without that Flare to Iridescence almost certainly was the end of the game the other way. So
Yeah,
moving on to
absolutely.
game 3. Looks like a lot of our sideboard predictions came true from
Mhm.
what I saw. Quite a few cards.
Yeah, I think we saw all the cards that we would expect to see given this matchup. So this is really interesting, right? This has gone back and forth. We saw a very Seru favored game 1. And
Mhm.
game 2, it was a lot more even, a lot slower for Seru, not a lot of options for Chatterbox. And the Neoniclax pressed that advantage hard. So many allies coming down, so much damage being pushed through. The dragon barely got a chance to flip. So much damage just like being hurled across the field from the Neoniclax. What do you think we're going to be seeing out of this game 3? Do you think we're going to see the same thing that we saw in game 1? Do you think Neoniclax has a plan for if Chatterbox ends up going that fast? Where do you think this is headed?
I think we're going to see something probably closer to game 2. Especially if we did put in 4 Nimoways, just making sure that we have that Nimue always ready to threaten. It forces Chatterbox to sort of have to wait and, like you said, Regal to sculpt our hand. And if if they're unlucky even once, pitching a Resolute or a Reprogram into another Resolute or Reprogram, that's just
Mhm.
another turn they can't bring out their dragon safely. And yeah, we mentioned before this Influence Bully Seru, great deck for Influence, but not great deck for a number of allies. Uh,
Yeah,
they're just looking for like big Asins, but they only have 2, even of that to clear allies on Neoniclax's side. So I feel like we'll probably see something very close to game 2 if they can pull it off.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think one of the important things about kind of this new iteration of Seru, drawing all these cards, having all these answers, is the deck ends up filled with kind of air, right? The kinds of
Mhm.
cards that help you build up your influence, but not the kinds of cards that really affect the board. So a lot of ways to stay influence neutral, a lot of ways to draw additional cards, but still focused on one game plan at the end of the day, right? Using that influence to secure the field, using that influence to secure a advantageous position against whatever your opponent's answers may be, and then sending that dragon in is kind of the game ending move, but is really the only game ending move that's available given the lack of additional allies, right? You know, a lot of other Seru decks tend to have the True Sight Bird, the Hawk, or
Yeah.
Brisk Windtrotter we're not seeing,
Mhm.
as well as a couple of other options, a couple of other allies. So
Yeah.
not having these extra options definitely limits Chatterbox in terms of what directions he can take the game.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's basically a super long telegraph. It's not a surprise what they're going to attempt to do. The real trick is when can they do it, and that is, I think, in a lot of ways, this deck's strength. It can come out way faster than you imagine, but can also just sort of, like you said, you just sort of hang out. You wait till you completely own the board. There's nothing they can really do in response, and then the dragon comes out. We are seeing, okay, just real quick, once again, double unmake duality, one each side. Absolutely wonderful. But I think that might point to a replay of game two, especially for Neon Clocks being able,
Mhm.
just saying, you know what, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to try to keep up. I know you have a huge influence. I'm just going to unmake duality right now, go positive, and see if I can get to Merlin before you are Goja.
Yeah. One major difference between game 3 and game 2 already is Chatterbox has the materials advantage because Chatterbox is
Yes.
going first. So that means that in terms of just keeping pace with his opponent, he can start off with the extra cards. He can start off with that backup charger and wait for Neoniclax to level up before Chatterbox feels like he's in any kind of pressured position and needs to do anything. And additionally, a big difference between this game and game
Yes.
2 is we are seeing allies from Chatterbox. So Windmill Engineer coming down, keeping Chatterbox influence neutral, going in for that 1 point of damage. Not really a huge deal yet, but does open the door for all of the various win shenanigans the Chatterbox has available. Lets him use reclaims, lets him use escape the wreckage, lets him do all kinds of things here.
Speaking of win shenanigans, well, okay. Well, first thing,
The one win
one of our
shenanigan I
Aces,
didn't
yeah.
name.
Yes, one
Oh,
of our aces.
Fireball?
Oh, a
Fireball?
response, fireball, creative
Oh,
shock.
Creative Shock is a
Uh,
Fireball.
it could be. No, that's okay though. Uh, yeah, one other thing, speaking of win shenanigans, of course, we did see the baby green slime be revealed as one of the cards. So if we can find, a forest cake, or of course, our Tengu, just reoccurring any of that value with that baby green slime, taking it back to hand in various ways, and or even something like displace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a displace on an Ace and Protector is actually very funny. But on Windmill Engineer, it doesn't quite do as much as you want, but on Baby Green or Dungeon Guide, it's huge. It's really such a
Yeah,
big deal.
it's another one of those things. Your opponent goes, "Oh yeah, okay, I guess I can't stop it." So that happens, and then they go, "Wait, why are you? Where are you getting all these cards? Why do you have like 80 cards in hand?"
Yup, that is the point, really.
Mhm.
So Chatterbox getting some early aggression now with this Ace and Protector, putting a little bit of damage on Neoniclax. Neoniclax not taking a turn off like usual. So the Creative Shock, dunking the Gentle Respite, and allowing Neoniclax to level up to 1 immediately with their first Materialize. So we
All
have
right.
Lorraine out with the Sword of Seeking, of course, and moving into Neoniclax's turn 2 here.
This one's interesting. Uh, okay, Dungeon Guide into Merlin. I
Sure.
was just about to ask, but looks like they went ahead and did it.
Yeah, Neoniclax seems very, very happy to Dungeon Guide up to 2. This seems like a pretty common play for him. A lot of the time, I would see this when the Merlin player really wants to mess with their opponent's graveyard, if their
Mhm.
opponent is showing off some floating memory. But Neoniclax seems to just do it as a matter of
Okay,
course.
again. Okay. I would have really loved if actually that was another Dungeon Guide.
Oh,
But
that would have
Fluffy's
been
not
so
bad here.
funny. Yeah,
Fluffy's not
Fluffy's
bad
great. And this is kind of exactly the start that Neoniclax had in game 2, right? A couple of smaller allies to start with, but that just builds up and builds up and builds up over time. We'll see whether or not Chatterbox having an Ace and Protector, a 3/4, on the board changes the momentum of this match, because it feels like that's going to really shift things.
Yeah, especially because unfortunately it looks like Neoclox had no way to take it out that turn, so it will be able to probably take out the Fluffy, I would imagine.
Yeah, that seems like a good bet. I bet that Fluffy is not long for this world. I guess the question is Chatterbox going to be pushing damage here, or is Chatterbox just going to be trying to clear the board? Clearing the board makes a lot of sense to me, but there might be an aggressive line that I'm not seeing.
I think if we happen to have our second ASIN in hand, uh, I could see us, we're going to clear the board just to keep that sort of like chip damage down that could, eventually take out an ASIN, force them to do something like their Nimue play, but on an ASIN, far worse. But if not, if you have those two ASINs you're constantly pressuring, that's six damage that you're pushing a turn.
That's true. That is kind of a lot of damage. We've seen um stuff like Ardent Cloudkeeper out of the Razor Gale decks be sort of a plan B, and two Aeson Protectors looks a lot like 6 damage.
Yeah, that Cloud Striker play, people are very rarely ready for it.
Mm-hmm.
Getting our windmill back out there, and yeah, just okay.
Wow,
You know
just
what?
going straight
Pushing
for
damage is
face. Oh,
pushing.
I love this.
What's in? Okay, is it an
Well,
escape? Is it a reclaim? We're keeping that windmill out there.
yeah, I mean, are we going to see another Aeson come down
Uh,
or no? Okay, so just holding on to stuff, getting ready, I think, probably to escape the wreckage here for when the
mhm.
windmill inevitably gets attacked. And building up quest counters extremely slowly. This is our first quest counter of the game, so really far from getting that dragon flipped, if the dragon is indeed the plan this game.
Especially because our opponent is now Merlin 3, so as far as champion level goes, we're a little behind. Especially like you said, only on one quest counter. Uh, willing to give up the turbocharge, it seems, as well as a Topsy and a Resolute. Oh, okay. Interesting. I wonder if the Resolute going out is sort of a, hey, look, either A, I don't have him away, and I'm just going to try to keep pushing, or B, I have everything. I'm just going to wait for you to see whether or not you regal me.
That's true. The Regal, I mean, we both know the Regal is going to happen, right?
Yeah.
There is no force on earth that is going to stop Chatterbox from regaling his opponent. Ghost of Pendragon, on the other hand, might have something to say on the matter. If enough damage comes in, that could potentially put paid to all of Chatterbox's plans here. The Aeson Protector dying to the Ghost of Pendragon plus the Sword Swing, and now the Dungeon Guide killing off the windmill, and suddenly Chatterbox's board is completely empty, and this is maybe some shifting momentum going towards the same thing that happened in game 2.
Yeah. I'm super interested there wasn't. Oh, yeah. Okay. So maybe part of it, of course, sculpting our memory to ensure
Mhm.
that, we're getting the cards out that we want to when we go to level 2, choosing the card draw instead of the quest counters. So maybe not feeling too pressured for that dragon, but I was interested that there was nothing to save the Windmill Engineer or the Aeson.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Shutterbox here is valuing that level 2 and valuing the cards in their hand more than the cards that they had on the board. In fact, just
That.
fully passing the turn here. Oh my gosh, what are their plans? Are they just going to sit here and take damage? I guess, okay, so the life totals here are a bit flipped from the previous game. Instead of
Yes.
having 16 damage on Chatterbox, there's 8 damage on Neoniclax and 2 damage on Chatterbox. So, even with Neoniclax coming in for 5 on board, probably more once Neoniclax sort of really gets going this turn, that's still a couple of
It's
turns away from Chatterbox's death, right? Chatterbox still has a
yeah.
decent buffer now.
Yeah, there's five presented on board. Unfortunately, Merlin classically gets stronger the longer the game goes, right? Even
Mhm.
right now, there's 2. I wonder if there is a sudden steal in the deck. Just taking a look real quick.
Yeah, I don't think I saw any attack
There's
cards for
not.
the
Yeah, there's no
Merlin.
attacks.
I think Flared Iridescence is actually doing a lot of that work in terms of providing extra reach, because each Flared
Yeah.
Iridescence represents 8 damage that doesn't interact with the field at all. You can't intercept it, you can't taunt it away. So
Mhm.
that seems like they have, enough additional power on top of their fireballs. If they're pushing through a decent amount of damage on board, That's going to be really difficult for Chatterbox to keep at bay. You know, another
Yeah.
Topsy is going to help. Another Innervate Agility potentially really useful here. But I'm not sure how much time he's going to have.
Yeah, Neoclock's also keeping up that Fluffy, so just very aware of what, you know, very aware of that dragon, of course. 3, I mean, if we see the Nimue, you know, that of course makes things much harder for Chatterbox. Another Fluffy.
Just another Fluffy. So removing even more cards from that material, keeping the influence up for Neoniclax, which I think is pretty important. And for the materialize for Chatterbox, just the Tangu. So getting that extra quest counter, getting that extra card, digging for options maybe. Not a lot of options, I think, in the previous turn, right? Kind of stuck with nothing on
Yeah,
the board, nothing to play. So maybe now they'll have the cards to put down in order to be able to level up to 3.
I think so. I mean, I believe they have 10 influence, if I counted correctly.
Yeah, you'd hope they find something to play here. But
Although, like you mentioned, though, you know, some of the trade-offs you make in order to to have, you know, this constant cycle of cards to buffer influence does mean some of it is just air, like you said. It's possible that unfortunately we have mostly air in our hand. We're waiting for the dragon, but you know, turboing would probably put us in a worse position, just giving up influence for no, you know, no particular reason when our opponent is potentially in a position to take out the dragon if we ever flipped it.
yeah, absolutely. It doesn't really look like Neoniclax is in a position to take out the dragon right now. No Nimue on board, which I think is kind of their biggest defense. But
Yes.
2 1/3 interceptors, both sitting there awake, means that even if the quest counters were available, the dragon's not going to be hitting for too much this turn.
That being said, of course, the dungeon guide, especially in Chatterbox's deck, the way it's set up is a very, very quick set of quest counters. So, you know, that dragon can come out at any time. And yeah, like you said, it's probably better for Neoniclox to be essentially ready for it with Nimue already on board. So it's very likely that they don't have it right now, just digging for it a little bit previous turn.
Going up to 5 quest counters, so potentially set up if they level up to just immediately be able to flip the dragon. And Neoniclax reading that exact thing and bringing out a Terrafring.
We're getting that flared iridescence loop there, and Merlin is now level 5, so able to ephemerate it as well. Oh, level 6. I see. It's, yep. My
Yep,
bad.
3 counters on top of the
3 counters.
3 base. Yeah, Flared Iridescence coming out alongside that Terrafring. So this is definitely the start of Neoniclax's aggression, right? Anytime that Flared Iridescence comes out, I think you, as the player sitting across from Merlin, need to be worried.
Ephemerating it instantly right after that. Is this a Topsy? Yes.
That's a Topsy. And imbued for the discard, now that Neoniclax's entire hand is in their memory. Losing a 3 of hearts, so maybe not that big of a deal. But moving on to their turn, and here comes the aggro. So Ghost of Pendragon coming in, Dungeon Guide coming in, 4 damage. The Fluffy Shopkeeps looks like Neoniclax is a little bit worried about his own health. So the Fluffy Shopkeeps staying up and not necessarily. I take it back. A lot less worried about their own health than I thought. 1 damage coming in from one of the Fluffy Shopkeeps. Will the other Fluffy Shopkeep come in? Does Neoniclax have it? Does Neoniclax have the line?
So
a
they would
Fireball
need
now would
either
hit for 7, right?
7. Yeah, they would. Fireball would go in for 7. Although they are spell shrouded, so we just have to
That's
wait.
true. The Topsy has already come out, and Neoniclax is
Oh, are we
suffering through
gonna
that
see the
already
same
once.
thing though? In response, is there a response to this translation?
In response, Neonic cards are happening.
Yeah, that's 2. That's 2 cards. Fireball.
Is this it? 7 damage coming, pointed directly at Chatterbox. This is going to be lethal if Chatterbox doesn't have anything. This could be the match. Cards going down for Chatterbox, though.
Oh, Fairy Whispers. Oh, that's. Oh boy.
What is he going to find that's wind? I guess exactly Innervate Agility?
I think it has to be.
I think it has to be exactly Innervate Agility.
3 norm.
With the Materialize still on the stack, though.
That was a Scout the Land, I believe.
That was a Scout the Land, but the other two cards went to the bottom. So this is still not a guarantee. This is still blindly drawing, hoping for something that'll save his life.
I wonder if there's enough cycle in there that we put down enough to save us via a Veiling Breeze.
He doesn't have to
You
flip off
revealed
of the
it.
Scout the Land, but drawing that card looks like a Veiling Breeze. Yep. So
Yeah,
any amount of healing at this point will be enough. Any amount of prevention, even if there's only one wind card in that memory, Chatterbox will be left at 21 instead of 22, and then be able to materialize as champion. Unless there is a second fireball.
Unless there's another fireball in response. There it is.
Unless there is a second fireball. A second fireball coming out of Neoniclax's hand in response to the Veiling Breeze. And Chatterbox tapping his fingers. Not looking good for our Mojo player here.
If we had a second Veiling Breeze right here. Two? Innervate.
The Innervate!
Just like you said.
Going down to level 1 with the level 3 Materialize on the stack, which means the Materialize gets burned. Level 3 is gone.
That is an interaction I will say right now, I don't think I've actually seen personally.
Yeah, I've never seen that before either. I wasn't sure what was gonna happen. But no, that makes a lot of sense. You can't go from 1 to 3. So the Materialize is illegal and fizzles, I guess. So level 3 in the banish now. Chatterbox locked out from using any of his Luxem cards, locked out from the Incandescent Reliquary.
That is super rough.
But
and
still alive.
Still at 10. Still alive.
Still alive.
At 10. So the good thing is, of course, as long as you are level 1 Goja, you can still bring out your dragon, and the dragon does allow you to play all of your arcane cards, as well as Byaka's Command just being a win card that you need. So it's still entirely possible to win here. It's just very, very tough, especially as there is still one Fluffy upright on Neoniclax's side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Chatterbox could go with the big sort of Byako harness empower turn, right? We could still see a massive dragon attacking for a lot, especially considering Neoniclax didn't actually fire off that Tariff Ring. So the penalties for attacking multiple times is not there.
That's interesting. Oh, they're gonna.
But I see the problem. Without the level 3, there's not enough.
Oh, we didn't get our extra quest counters. Yeah.
Yeah. So sitting on 8 quest counters can't actually flip the dragon right now.
Maybe Green Slime taking away that power cell. Just reminding our opponent they'd run into the Fluffy.
Yep. Neoniclax saying Fluffy Shopkeeper is on the table. Chatterbox being, oh, I guess I'm not attacking with the baby green.
That blinding lapse. Unfortunate. I wanted to see it played.
Yeah, can't happen this game. There's no level 3.
There's no level 3. That's great. Man, I'm gonna watch this one back. That's so crazy, actually.
That was such a wild interaction. Oh my gosh, that's so hype.
Alcahest. Okay. Yeah, and Goja level 1 only at 19 life, so pushing to 14. Pretty good.
And if there's a third fireball or the other flare iridescence, this will be it.
Or just Ghost.
Ghost is pretty good. I would say Ghost is a pretty good card here. So that's 3 damage from the Ghost, another 2 damage from the Shopkeep. So this could be it.
One Fluffy, and you got to go for it with the other one.
Fluffy. Chatterbox thinking with that Fluffy coming in, taking the damage. The next Fluffy coming in, this is lethal if it connects. Chatterbox doing math, doing the patented GA hand tap on the field.
2, reclaiming our baby green.
Reclaim on the baby green. Where does this get us? 2 down. Displace on the Fluffy?
On a fireball.
Okay, well, get fireball, I guess.
Merlin.
That looked so good. That was so good.
That was really, really exciting. I really, really love that match. That was so good.
Okay, so the thing that I appreciate the most is that arguably correct play for the Merlin is the play that has the most showmanship. Right? It's holding back the cards that are lethal and just prodding your opponent. Like, oh, well, let's send in the Fluffy. Let's Send in the fluffy. Is this going to get you? No? Okay, well then I'll just fireball in you in the face. You were dead anyway. But
Yeah, I think a big thing there, especially if you're just checking your opponent's influence the whole time, uh, holding those cards, okay, fine. You've played a whole bunch of cards, he gets really big, you're doing all this stuff. That's not enough cards to save you. I'm just going to fireball you twice. Game's over. Sorry. And, obviously not exactly what we saw here, but like you said, holding up sort of the right interaction for the right time, not only very flashy and interesting, I think from a gameplay perspective, but also the right call.
yeah, absolutely. 100%. Wow, what a hype match. Gosh, what an ending too. I love the
Yeah.
interactions there. It was just so cool to see kind of all of the cards flying around back and forth like that.
Mm.
Man, really an excellent match.
Yeah, for me,
Ah,
that's one of the most exciting things about Grand Archive, right? Is sort of the constant ability to interact with your opponent, especially in sort of novel ways.
mhm. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I don't think I've definitely never seen that interaction before with the Innervate Agility. Uh,
Agreed.
but
Agreed.
it's it's very interesting when you actually see it happen. It's like, oh yeah, no, I guess it has to happen that way. But how often do you see a level 3 champion go to the banish like that?
Yeah, and I mean, it's that very specific situation where they think to themselves, if I don't do this, I'm dead. So
Mhm.
they're gonna have to do it, and you go, sorry, fireball.
Yeah.
I love
Well,
that.
had it the whole time. My sympathies. Which is just such a Merlin thing to
That
do,
is
also.
that's every Merlin. That's every Merlin. It's
Oh
But that's the strength
gosh.
of Merlin. And you know what? When I play Merlin, I really love that. I love holding the card and going like, I'm just gonna wait for just the right time. You're gonna overextend, and in that moment, I will punish you.
Mhm, mhm. People always claim that Vanitas is the villain, but there is nothing more villainous than a correctly played Merlin.
The realest villain of Great Archive.
Realist villain,
That's what they're gonna
absolutely.
put out in RDO. It'll be another Merlin. Everyone's gonna be like, but it'll say the realest villain, comma Merlin.
Oh, jeez. Where's our Merlin 4? That's what
Yeah,
I
where's
wanna
Merlin
see.
4? Yeah, someone go ahead and fire that off to Silidar. Where's Merlin 4? Merlin hasn't won enough. Yeah, let's just make sure
I guess
that
we need,
Merlin 4.
Glenny Boy to win Worlds again.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay. It's very easy. If you're into the stream, like we are clearly on stream, go ahead and win worlds for us, and then choose Merlin. It'll be very
Yeah,
very
yeah,
simple.
please, please.
There's only two steps of the plan. That's why it's simple.
Keep it simple, right? KISS.
Yeah.
The plan is very easy. Win Worlds, choose Merlin.
Yeah, I am into giving people clear goals.
Mm,
So,
mhm,
just for
mhm.
anyone listening out there, win worlds, choose Merlin, show us Merlin level 4. All right.
Ah,
So, yeah, that was a very great match. And of course, always great casting with you, Jim. We are going to
my
throw
pleasure.
to a pretty short break here, back for a very exciting round 4. I'll be swapping back out for Clem. So, everyone, I know once again, last week I said it. I know we're on the secondary screen. Turn it back to the primary screen. You're going to love it. All right. Be back soon. Bye.
Welcome back to the TCG Online Weekly. I am Jim the Eternal, and joining me again is Clem, back from her break. I hope you are energized because I'm going to need your energy and your insight for this upcoming round 4.
Dine. I don't know if I can provide a lot of that. Well, both of these decks playing water is the only element I never play. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Last game was crazy. I never thought that I would see a Guoja lose their level 3 forever. I had to
Yeah,
go
that is
back and
fascinating.
rewatch. It was crazy. I was like, hey, that just happened. And I watched and I was like, all right, so this happened. Fast forward 10 seconds. This happened. Fast forward. I was like, crazy sequence of events.
Yeah, I was incredible. I definitely never seen that before. I don't know if I will ever see that again. That is really, really wild. So um I am honored to have been able to cast that live because that was an experience.
It was
Uh,
nice to listen to you guys.
oh, great, thank you, appreciate that. Speaking of experiences, we are going to be moving forward to a water mirror match. So this is gonna be pretty interesting. We have a Fractals deck versus a Water Lorraine deck. What do you think about these decks, Clem? Have you ever seen anything like this match?
I know it's a clash of the eras because Arcalos playing Water Crux, which was around back in like early ALC and late FTC season after Scepter of Lumina came out. But obviously, that played Scepter of Lumina, so this is a completely different build in terms of Looking Glass existing, really. That's like the biggest thing. But also, Majestic Spirit's Crest is in this deck, so I think we're gonna see a bit of more of a Noel Noel in Utrecht kind of list because there's Eventide Spear as well. So yeah, that's gonna be the fun, repeatable, like basically free Pendragon list.
Yeah, Pendragon honestly an incredible card. So any list that lets you run Pendragon is okay in my book.
Yeah, it's it's fair and balanced. It's pretty fun, but at the same time, Fractals is a really strong deck. There's a reason they only play level 1. They can run away and they can just take the game home really quickly. So I'm curious to see how it goes, especially with this Looking Glass variation. It's pretty
So
interesting at
this
the first glance.
Yeah, this Fractals list actually looks remarkably like Caben's list from the most recent Ascent, which is kind of designed in a way to play a little bit more for influence, play a little bit more controlling, build up a lot of options, and then kind of use that power to force through your fractal based damage options rather than
Yep.
kind of turboing out on the fractals, going low influence, and then maybe using Zheng Zhao to build up, but trying to get a burst asunder really early on. So it's really interesting to see this one kind of the way that this version of fractals plays differently from previous ones. And the big difference is acquiescing rejection, which we're already seeing. Looks like
Yeah.
Jacob Caldwell acquiesced to the rejection and uh, allowed our fractals player to draw the 2 cards, which is always a dangerous proposition. You know, giving your opponent cards is really worrisome.
Yeah. I believe. Yeah, I believe Stable Fractals was actually gone forever, which is
Oh,
and like probably understandable. However, I think it's so early. It's so early in the game that that is probably the better choice to just let it get negated because you never know what a water deck is. And right now, all you see is water, an academy guide, and the acquiescing rejection. So if you don't know that Arcalo is a massive Lorraine fan, you might be thinking that you're up against Gimbo, and then you really don't want to give them more card draw because that can lead to a higher influence, which is more chances at finding those quest counters, finding those those bovines to mill some more cards for you.
Oh,
Ooh,
I
there's 3
completely misread the
fractals.
board.
Yeah, it's an acquiescing rejection again.
Yeah,
Onto
okay, so the acquiescing rejection is coming from the Lorraine player, which is
Lorraine.
wild.
Yeah. So, look at that. Boom, boom, boom. It's a very fun water negate going back and forth and back and forth. Jacob playing a refracting missile. And then Arcalo being like, all right, I'm actually gonna try and acquiescing it. Oh, and it targeted the Academy guide. So now Arcalo has to pay 1 to level up here.
Mm, yeah,
Against
and
your
that is definitely
Frostbite.
worth giving your opponent the cards in that situation, right? Letting you keep your floating memory from the refracting missile and getting rid of the extra card advantage from the Academy guide. So definitely a handshake moment between
Yeah,
Jacob
but
and
it looked
Arcalo.
like, honestly, it looked like Jacob played another negate in response. So he was like, you know what? I'm not gonna let it get negated, but I also don't want to give you cards. So it was more of a actually no kind of moment, you know.
Yeah,
That's
and the
very
Frostbine's pretty good for that.
yeah yeah. Very old but gold play, I think, from Arcalo playing a Serum of Wisdom, which was back in the day. I think Jimmy Lee played it in his Doin's Tony deck, and kind of it got adapted to warrior decks as well because it lets you glimpse, it lets you draw. It's really nice. It's a really nice way to see into your future. And there is a Shang Jiao coming out for Jacob. Perfect, like ideal hands for both of these players so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to build that influence for the Fractals deck is really, really key at this point. So the Zheng Jiao allowing for the refill, drawing some extra cards, giving Jacob a few more options. Uh, and we'll see how he ends up using this. 4 Fractals on the board already, which is a decent
Scary.
amount of threat, but not quite enough to really end the game yet. Now moving up to 5 Fractals, this is starting to get really dangerous. I'm not sure what Arcelo's plan is to deal with the potential for incoming damage here. Obviously, leveling up is definitely a good start.
Yeah. Oh. I think Jacob also being like, what am I
Is
looking at?
this looks
Potion
like a
infusion,
frostbite?
no? Yeah, potion infusion frostbite is that's yeah, it's the only one he plays, so
Mhm.
it's made specifically for the Serum of Wisdom. That's a very silly like interaction, but it's so good in this matchup because now for basically 1, Arcalo got to rest Diao Chan, and you can just deal extra damage. I believe we're still
Yep.
in. Oh no, it was before materialization, so no bonus damage is going to. Yeah, it was at the end of Jacob's turn, unfortunately, so there's not gonna be any extra damage taken. But it's still resting the Aochan. So now Jacob cannot play anything in response to Arcalo before he gets that clearance out and starts being able to prevent damage, which is basically gonna stop anything that Jacob can do for at least 2 turns, 3 turns, actually.
Yeah, Clarent is a huge card against Fractals. While it doesn't necessarily do that much against Refracting Missile or Shimmering Refraction, it does completely turn off Burst Asunder, which is sort of the Fractals' usual win condition. Um,
Yeah.
Inundating Clash coming out though against a rested champion is actually just a huge amount of damage, and this shows yet another piece of value for that Frostbite. If this had been
Yeah.
played on Arcelo's turn, that extra 4 damage, in addition to resting the champion, would have made this Inundating Clash hit for just a ridiculous amount. But instead, not we don't get the extra damage from the Frostbite, but because the champion rested, we do get the extra damage on the Inundating Clash, which is a pretty good turn for Arcelo here.
Yeah, but look, I think it's still pretty good, and then Dating Clash still dealing quite a bit of damage here. And getting the float
But Jacob
as well
Caldwell
for that
just
level 2 turn.
yeah, this is such a massive board for Jacob now. Even with
Scary.
that that Clarent reimagined on the field, The Clarent Reimagine definitely turns off Burst Asunder, so a very powerful tool. But it's not going to protect you fully from Shimmering Refraction or Refracting Missile.
Yeah.
And as the fractal count climbs, those things could still come in for like 8, 9, maybe even 10 damage. So by no
Oh,
means is
easily.
Jacob out of the game here.
Yeah, and he also has a lot of reservable resources. So even if he goes down on influence, as long as he has one card in hand, he can play it from hand and then rest the outchan and play the other card from memory. Or if his influence is 3 with one card in hand, 2 cards down, he can use the scepter. No, yes,
Yep.
I,
Scepter of
he
Fascination.
can play it. Yeah, he can play a card from memory, use scepter, play another one, and then still play and whatever he needs to finish out the game from his hand, just because of the sheer number of fractals on board.
Yeah, a lot of pseudo influence from those fractals.
Yeah,
Ooh, Jacob Caldwell. Not necessarily happy about this dungeon guide. So playing the acquiescing rejection here, Arcella now needs to make the decision, is this dungeon guide important enough to my plan that I want to keep it, or am I going to let it get negated here? And I think he
well,
makes the right decision.
yeah. It's better to let it get negated because that means
Ooh,
try refraction
ooh. 1, 2,
pain.
3, 4, 5, 6. That is
Oh,
6 fractals. Whoa.
oh! Look at that beautiful card. And I feel like Arcalo's playing it just because it has Lorraine on it. That it's a very pretty promo. Never thought that I'd ever see that card played like ever. Gilded Dissipation has been around since FTC, the second set of Grand Archive, and we still like I don't know. I feel like this is the first time I've ever seen it being played.
Yeah, I mean, this is a neat way to play it for sure, with these sort of shadows allowing you to prevent 2 and to draw a card, so still staying
Yeah,
influence neutral off of this guarded dissipation is pretty cool. And he's not going to get a lot more opportunities to play this card, honestly.
yeah,
This
yeah,
the shimmering refraction hit for a giant chunk of damage even through that defense, and there's not going to be too many more hits that are going to be worth protecting from.
yeah. And
Oh,
oh
here we
yeah, there's
go.
a fragment missile. What is it? Eight
So
for 8 damage? No, seven
yeah, that
damage.
looks like 8. I think that's 7 fractals. No, 6 fractals. So 7 damage.
Yeah. So
And a couple of counters coming off the Clarent Reimagined. So we're only seeing 4 damage go through.
yeah, it's
4 damage, 5
pretty
damage.
good.
What
This
is this fractal count? Yeah, that's 6, and this is now a 7th
oh,
fractal. The
7.
fractal of intrusion coming
Yeah.
down.
And there is another guarded dissipation. There is obviously the Pendragon being gone. I'm seeing cards upside down is so much harder than seeing them right side up.
Oh,
Even if I
absolutely.
know the art.
Honestly, the fractal of intrusion, you don't always see its ability go off. So getting the opportunity to look at Arcella's hand is pretty powerful here. Jacob Caldwell now knows exactly what he's playing into. Still not able to play a Burst Asunder because of the Clarent Reimagined out on the field, but knocking out that Ghosts does clear the way. Well, it doesn't really clear the way for anything, but it is a major potential threat, and one of the reasons that Arcella would have for going up to level 3 is the Ghost of Pendragon. So, not as
Yeah.
much reason now. I mean, other than health, which, let's be real, that's also a concern.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot. Okay, there's a glimmering refusal.
Teeth of
I
Faceted Lapis, I think, is the
yeah,
card that just got played.
it's the names get so long at times that
Yeah,
I'm like
absolutely.
I can tell you what it looks like and just like tell you the vibes of the card, but the names are
Yeah,
sometimes
this
hard.
is a card I have never seen on the field before.
Yeah,
So,
and
a
you didn't
really
see it now either. It never
yeah,
got the result.
well, all right, maybe I never will.
Oh, there is still a counter. Yeah, so
Yep. So one
Forcing
Burst
Jacob.
Asunder negated, but he's got a hand. This could still just be another Burst Asunder. Nope, going for the Toad Drill
Nope.
here. So defending himself.
Oh, look. A good Thronekeeper Bullfrog
Thronekeeper.
keeps that
Yep.
throne safe. It's his taunt as float, and it's a 0/4. So Arcalo's number of allies is currently, I believe, is 0. So he's not cannot clear
Yeah.
it easily without committing an attack from Lorraine into the frog, which is really unfortunate because that is
Which
his main way of dealing damage.
well, it looks like that's what he's going for. We have a rested Lorraine. Is this attacking in or rested for a different reason? No, it looks like attacking in, cracking that sword. So we'll probably see another source of damage come down. Getting rid of that Thronekeeper Bullfrog is definitely going to be, like you were saying, important to Arcelo's game plan, right? But nope, just cracking the sword and passing the turn. Fascinating.
Yeah, it's
Well, worried
tough.
about.
Like,
Go for
Burst
it.
Asunder, facing number 3. The thing is, I can't be worried about a lot of things. The problem is, it's so hard for him to push damage right now. It's kind of like, what is he gonna do? And then, obviously, Jacob, knowing that this is his winning card, he was like, yeah, just go ahead, draw 2 cards. You have 0 cards in hand, and look at that. That is exactly how you use and play around acquiescing rejection. We saw when you pick to get your cards negated from both of these players, and then Jacob showing when you really should just be like, all right, draw cards. I don't care.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the one problem with acquiescing rejection is it is always your opponent's choice. So if your opponent knows how to play around it, it's going to become a much worse card. Really have to pick your moments on when you are playing the acquiescing rejection. And in this case, Arcelo just digging for an extra 2 cards, hoping to find something that would protect him from the incoming Burst Asunder, didn't find what he needed, and the game goes to the Fractals player.
Yeah, and Fractals is a pretty aggressive deck. I may have underestimated Fractals a bit. I'm gonna be
Oh,
honest. I may have
Fractals is
overestimated
strong.
Lorraine and underestimated Fractals. Though, in my defense, Arcalo had like no allies, and I feel like that kind of hurt his gameplay. He didn't see. He also doesn't play a lot of allies.
Mm-hmm.
Also, and he plays tidal sweeps. He plays 2 tidal sweeps. He plays 2 Frostborn Paladins, 1 Aqua Vitae, 4 Serum of Wisdom, 2 Fluffy Shopkeys, 3 Cheshire Cats. So it's definitely a list that it feels like it's in the works still. Which, speaking of, let's look at that sideboard because I think also an interesting amount of cards I see there.
Yeah, what do you think comes in for our Lorraine player here? Is definitely going to want to turn the corner on that momentum. Going to want to protect himself against all of these spell-based attacks from Jacob Caldwell, but also going to want to put forth a little bit more aggression. What do you think comes in order to make that happen?
I genuinely don't think there's much he can do. Like, none of these are really good in this matchup. I think the best thing he can grab is Regal Inquisition to get rid of the Burst Asunders, but his best answer in Clarent is going to completely stop Burst Asunders, so discarding them doesn't do much. So I genuinely don't feel like anything is really that good for him.
Yeah, there's the Regal Inquisition. There's an extricating touch to do kind of a similar thing, being able to look at what your opponent has and choose a card. But otherwise, it looks like the sideboard is primarily worried about ally aggression or level 3 decks with Heavenly Guide. So not a lot of options for this particular match.
Yeah, it's tough. But what about the thing is, Jacob's deck is already so aggressive that anything he brings in is just gonna make him win easier, I feel like. What do you
Mm-hmm.
think is coming in? Because I think there's quite a few things we're missing.
Oh, yeah. I think the Song of Frost is absolutely going to come in. There's also a Viridian Protective Trinket, which is probably going to make Arcelo's life absolutely miserable. Wouldn't surprise me if the Crystalline Mirror comes in as well, trying to get rid of some of those irritating regalia. And Captivating Opulence is the perfect card if you are worried about somebody activating Clarent Reimagined multiple times. So a lot
Yeah.
of options actually for this match.
Honestly, I even see a Jian Yu coming in and just naming Ghost of Pendragon, which will make life miserable for Arcalo. Because even when he gets to be playing Ghost, it will not refund itself anymore. Well,
Yeah,
it will, like, it will not be able to go into Ghost, into Ghost, into Ghost.
yeah. I mean, when you have to pay 8 to play a Ghost of Pendragon, it certainly makes it a lot harder to play more than one in a turn.
Yeah. Oh,
But we are
and
kicking off the festivities kind of as expected, I think. Looks like backup
both
charger fired off for Arcelo.
both of them actually. It's pretty back and forth, even game with backup charger into Fracture Eyes, and then Jacob having the Frostborn Paladin to follow up, while Arcalo only having the Serum of Wisdom, which is a really good card, but it's not gonna deal the damage that he needs. It's not gonna be aggressive enough to start pushing and hopefully finishing the game out. So it's not looking really good for him. At least he does get to keep the floating memory in his grave to level up here easily, and then before Recollection, sacrificing that Serum of Wisdom and seeing if there's anything that he would like. I think this glimpse is going to be really important. 2 to bottom, 1 on top. So he found something.
Yeah, hopefully something good here. He's definitely going to need it. However, his position here is actually a little better, I think, than in game one. Jacob's only on one fractal, and while the 3/4 Frostborn Paladin is absolutely a hassle, an ally-based threat is something that Arcelo's deck is much better equipped to handle. Something that Lorraine in general is kind of much better at dealing with than the spell damage that Jacob could otherwise be throwing.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. But at least finally Arcalo does find one ally that is going to be pretty hard for Jacob to take care of. The Cheshire Cat hitting for 5.
Hitting for
Oh no,
3
sorry,
right now, I
hitting for
think.
3. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
or oh, hitting for 2 because the Sword of Shadows. No, wait. Does the Sword of Shadows loses power when there's a stealth unit? How is this? How is this card worded?
No, Shadows cares about an opponent
Oh
having
yeah, yeah,
an
yeah. No, no.
ally
It,
with
it
stealth.
gains the
So,
power. Okay, so the base power of the Sword of Shadows
yeah.
is 1, which is what contributes to the Cheshire Cat. So the Cheshire Cat is a 2/3, which that is enough because the Sword of Shadows deals the other 2 damage. So the Frostborn Paladin not long for this world.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
and here comes that Viridian Protective Trinket. I'm sure Arcelo is like, wow, who would put that in their deck?
why would you do this to me? There's not no water going around right now, except really it's on the rise again. So tides are turning, water's coming
Tides are
back. So
rising.
it's yeah, it's pretty tough to be a water player again with a lot of water hate going
Mm-hmm.
all around.
Yeah, the water hate is definitely pretty powerful. And I'm sure you've got to feel like when you're one of, 3 water decks at a tournament and somebody brings out a Viridian Protective Trinket, it feels personal, you know? It's like, wow,
It
you did
is
this just for
targeted.
me, didn't you?
Yep, exactly. It's just pretty tough, but I think Arcalo can try and do his best to play around it. Inert Sword coming out, so it feels like he's getting a bit desperate for damage, which is tough to see, honestly. Like, this is not where you want to be as Lorraine, being like, alright, well, I have no allies, and I just need to find a way to attack. So there's 4 from Cheshire Cat, 2 from Lorraine.
Mm-hmm.
What?
And this is
What
this is
can
the kind of threats that we expect to see from a Lorraine deck, right? This is,
Yeah.
sort of the looking glass offense that Lorraine kind of is prepared to do most of the time on their way to level 3. But of course, the level 3 part tends to be the important part for the Lorraine decks in this situation, right? They want to build up to those Ghosts of Pendragon, they want to build up to those powerful Crux cards. And in the meantime, putting enough pressure to put their opponent in range of something lethal, or at least keeping
Yeah.
the board clear. Of course, in this case, Jacob doesn't really have much of a board, the Frostborn Paladin
Yeah,
notwithstanding.
it's
Fractal's not
gone
really the
now.
kind of deck that really fills out the board.
Yeah, and there's only 3 fractals on the board for Jacob, so it is really there's a good chance that Arcalo can take the game home. However, he hasn't dealt that much damage yet, so it can, like, it depends on how Jacob's next turn goes. His influence is pretty solid, but that Tongu tells us that he does need more cards. There's a Shang Jiao coming out. All right, there's just more card draw. If we start seeing fractals, I believe there is a fractal of rain in his hand. There is a fractal of intrusion that he just drew. There was another fractal of intrusion, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
So we will be seeing a couple of those. Yep, fractal of rain.
Yeah.
So
So in
those fractals
lieu
are
of
gonna go
allies,
crazy.
yeah, in lieu of allies, Jacob Caldwell now starting the fractal aggression. So building up his board, more fractals coming out. Only one coming out this turn, actually. This is a bit of a surprise. Keeping the influence back, so ready to react to whatever Arcelo is planning on doing on his next turn. The manual level up here, so no dungeon guide action. Burning a couple of Crux cards in order to get to Lorraine level 2. And this makes a fair amount of sense here, going to Lorraine level 2, able to cash in the opposing Zhang Zhao for a card.
Yeah,
Ooh,
and
or
there is
just
once
going
again
straight to
a
face.
frostbite. No, that's gonna finally we're gonna be seeing that extra 4 damage from the frostbite being banished here. And Jacob is still on spirit, so we might actually see the game being finished out really
Jacob is only
shortly.
9 damage away from death. That
Yeah.
the Cheshire Cat comes in for 9 right now on its own. 8, my mistake.
Yeah,
But
because it's 1 plus. Oh, it's 1
yeah.
plus 4 is still quite a bit.
Oh, it's water
Thing
element
can
source. Okay,
attack.
never mind. Take it all back. Cheshire Cat
Okay,
comes in for 4. But
Lorraine is gonna
Lorraine then,
attack
yeah,
because
Lorraine then
Lorraine
comes in for
is.
6.
The thing is, because it's a one-time 4 damage, it doesn't matter. That is enough. That's 4
Yeah.
plus 2. That's 6 damage coming in from an Archaeal being like, yeah, actually Frostbite does this thing, and Jacob being like, oh, okay. And so they're going on to game 3. It's a
I love
quick
that moment of like, oh,
2
that's why
games.
you play that card.
So it's not just a hate card for the Outshine. It actually does something.
Yeah, well, I think Jacob Caldwell is not going to be sitting on Spirit nearly as long in this next upcoming
Yeah.
game. I think he was
Yeah.
maybe relying a little bit on the Frostborn Paladin in order to keep him safe, and that kind of didn't happen. And then the cards in hand weren't enough to stop that Cheshire Cat, plus the extra damage from the Frostbite. So not quite enough to keep him up. Although he was in a good position to start putting pressure onto Arcelo, but it was still only pressure. Jacob was still several turns away from doing anything that looked even remotely lethal.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. He didn't find those early fractals that he needed, so and it was really wrong because that is exactly what Arcala wants, is to just deal more and more and more damage. And having more distortion, like distorted swords on board, means that the Cheshire Cat is hitting for even more. So it was like he was following his game plan, doing what he should have done, and dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, as far as Arcelo was concerned, that game went perfectly. That game went 100% according to plan, right? Getting that Cheshire Cat early, getting those distortion weapons, being able to swing in for a couple of points of damage, and then finishing it off with a big burst while Jacob was still on Spirit. So not even leveling up to 1. Really didn't have to do that much work in order to make it happen. So Jacob Caldwell has a bit of a hole to dig himself out of. Game 1 actually went really in Fractal's favor. You know, it felt like Jacob kind of had the run of the board with all the fractals out, so much damage coming out. Arcelo kind of on the back foot, not really able to put out that much damage. And then game 2 kind of felt exactly the opposite. Arcelo was like, had control of that game the entire time. And Jacob never really felt like he was in it.
Yeah.
Of course, moving on to game 3, Jacob does get to start now, since he lost game 2. So we might see the momentum shift again this time.
Yeah. Ooh. Fractal of Snow into a Fractal of Rain for Jacob. That Fractal of Snow could actually be useful, but Arcalo doesn't play enough allies where it would have a significant effect. Like, for example, into a Wind Allies that we saw round 1. But it can definitely help Jacob survive a little longer if he's in a tough spot. Also, a lot better start with 2 fractals already on board instead of having to wait.
Yeah, Jacob definitely feels like he's playing this one a little bit more aggressively. right? We saw the
Yes.
first couple of games sort of sitting back a little bit, not rushing out the fractals, trying to build up a little bit of influence, and that's not what happened here. Now we're going for the fractals on board in order to help him play cards, and relying on the regalia for influence. So backup charger coming down, drawing a card, at the expense of using his fractal for the turn. But we'll see kind of what direction this is going. Is another fractal? Yet another fractal. How many more are we going to see? Is this hand all fractals and burn? Is this going to end on turn 4? Where is this going?
It could be because I know Archela still has to level up and get Clarent out if he wants to stop a burst asunder. So that is not good. Not looking good. Backup charger is really good because he might be able to find the cards he needs. But if Jacob does the thing like if Archela is like, all right, acquiescing, and Jacob does what he did in game 1 and just like, all right, sure, draw 2 cards, and Arcana whiffs and doesn't find any other negates, that could be really easily game over.
Yeah, actually, just looking at what Jacob Caldwell has out on the board right now, if he finds 2 of the interchangeable damage spells and a burst asunder, that's lethal right now because
Yeah.
that's 15 damage. And with the Viridian Protective Trinket coming down, that might be what we're seeing. Oh,
One
fractal.
fractal,
Okay.
one fractal, pre-rec still, so that is one more, and
I was so worried that was going to be like a refracting missile. We were just going to see the lethal line immediately.
it'd be like, oh, oops, we're dealing a lot of damage actually. No, only 4 fractals
Here's the
and
recovery.
7 influence.
And, okay,
Alright,
so still building
draw
influence.
2.
Still building influence. Not there yet.
He
But,
might
wow.
just be digging. There's a refracting missile in
All right,
hand.
so 1 refracting missile in hand. We'll see if that comes out immediately for damage, or if Jacob is gonna sit back a little bit.
Yeah.
Seeing the
Oh,
unmake duality here, so
make
continuing to
duality, drawing
draw
more.
extra cards. Gosh, yeah, draw 2
Fractal
after draw 2
intrusion.
after draw 2. What a deck! 12 draw 2s in this deck.
Kind of insane.
Yeah, kind of cracked actually.
I'm
And Arcalo,
fractal
of course,
intrusion.
not really in a position to do anything about it. With the Viridian Protective Trinket, he can't even run out the Acquiescing Rejection in order to swap cards.
Yeah, and there is a fractal of rain coming out, so that's gonna be. Oh, yeah, Arcala responding, putting down his wall and being like, all right, fracturize. No, that is insane. So,
Did they get Frostbound?
glimmering refusal.
Oh, Glimmering Refuse, okay.
What was a frostbite? It's just, it's
Oh
the
no!
fancier.
Putting down his whole hand to try and get the floating memory in order to go to level 1, getting it frostbound, so not even getting the floating memory out of it, and now
Oh,
needing to burn a card from
Cheshire
hand in
Cat.
order to go to level 1 and get out of danger.
Yeah, and Cheshire Cat to level up, so he can't even deal damage. Like, get rid of the Zhengzhou without putting one of Lorraine's attacks. Like, wasting bunch of damage. Like, it's a lot of potential. And he really needs it because Jacob is still just a spirit. So if he could get that engine going, it would be amazing. But he really cannot risk getting more from the Zhengzhou. Because 1 plus 1 plus 1 adds up.
It really does. Over the course of a couple of turns, and more than the 1+1, there's enough fractals on the board that Jacob can start dealing real damage with his spells. But here
Yeah.
we are maybe seeing real damage from Arcelo. The Frostbite Infusion? How much damage are we going to see out of here? So 4 from the Infusion, 2 from the Sword. This isn't really a lethal line without more stuff on the board. But maybe this is just Arcelo really wanted to use the potion and really wanted to use the Frostbite Infusion. So using them now in order to be able to get the glimpse, draw the cards, and kind of keep his deck moving. Maybe we'll see a Cheshire Cat. Maybe there was a second Cheshire Cat. Because Cheshire Cat feels like kind of the cornerstone of his offense at this point. Oh, the Warrior Link on the sword again. The Sheath of Faceted Lapis coming down, not getting the extra power on the sword because it is a level 2 bonus, but getting the card draw and maybe setting himself up to go to level 2 next turn and get some real damage.
Yeah, he's gonna be getting there at least. And all the little things add up. And
I see the 10. Did he get the extra 2 damage from the Sheath? I don't think he should have. Oh, he
When
fired off
there's
the
the
inundating
inundating
clash.
clash
Okay.
in graveyard.
Okay, it wasn't just a regular attack, it was the inundating clash attack. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Which is still quite a bit of damage. Very
Mhm.
painful. So Jacob kind of forced to level up here. Now, does he
Yeah.
have it?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what he has. Oh, he's doing math though, so he might. He
Oh,
might very well.
he's putting down cards, doing it like, all right, Arkelo's hands down. He's doing like he's doing the webcam thing. I don't have anything.
Yeah, I love
So
the jazz hands of defeat right there.
yeah, the jazz hands of pop off, do whatever you want.
Hmm.
I
So
cannot afford to keep up cards for the Viridian Protective
yeah,
Trinket.
so here's a
Yep,
refracting missile that's coming in for 5, and I saw a burst asunder in hand. That's going to come in for
there
another
it is.
10. Oh, a lot more fractals on the field
Or,
than I thought. Yeah, I saw 4. No, there's 6 fractals on the field. So 7
Sick
damage from the
Fraggle.
refracting missile. And then another 16 from the burst asunder that Arcelo can't defend himself from. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that is
Wow.
crazy. It's it's a pretty comfortable game for Jacob. Really quick games, which probably both of these players appreciate, considering it is almost midnight and it's almost 1 a.m. for Akelo. So respect for East Coasters
Mhm.
for staying up so late and playing all rounds. That was a really fun game,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah. A little bit of a personal bias here, but I really like seeing fractals play the game. Like, I just like the fractals game plan. So I appreciate watching, fractals do things and people trying to fight off fractals and not succeeding. A little bit of a bias. But also
Yeah.
cool to see the Water Lorraine deck, like seeing the Frostbite Infusion, seeing, the Inundating Clash, another card that I very rarely see. It was a very, very neat game plan. And it even came together really well in that game too. So that was really cool. Game 3, unfortunately, just a little bit behind and a lot more fractals on the field for the opposing player. So just so much more damage, ready to fire off whenever he needed it. And then, of course, Arcelo went hands down, and that was it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the deck, the foundation of Arkelo's deck is really good. I think the ideas that he's bringing together is really fun. It just feels like it just needs that little bit of refinement, which I believe the last couple of weeks he was playing Wind or Fire Lorraine, so this is a swap in elements for him. And that would mean that, it is a deck that he's brewing and he's working on actively. And I think that shows in the deck list as well, with all the little one-offs, two-offs, trying to figure out the ideal ratios of cards. And
Mhm.
that's honestly really cool to see. And then it's nice to see people bringing in new ideas, like we saw with Wind Allies. Like, we see somewhat with some fractal, like there's variations of it, but I think especially Arkelo's deck in this last round was something that's like, this is what locals are for, and it's
Mhm.
really nice that we have a space for it.
Yeah, and this is honestly the perfect event for that kind of thing, right? You get people from all over the place participating in this kind of online event, and you get the ability to bring in something that you're kind of, even if it's still cooking, right? Even if it's something that you're
Yeah.
still in the process of brewing, still in the process of figuring out, you get a lot of experience against a lot of different people, bringing a lot of different things to the table, and you really kind of put your deck through its paces. I think you come out of this event going, okay, well, I see what worked, I see what didn't. Now I have some options in terms of figuring out how I want to work with that, what I want to bring in instead. So I think this is like a really, really good event to kind of bring those works in progress, especially if you don't mind kind of trying it against other people as opposed to, keeping everything close to your chest, keeping everything secret. So love to
Yeah.
see these kinds of decks show up, especially at this kind of event.
Yeah, and I think this is really what it's all about for Grand Archive, just having fun. There's so many different things you can do with combining elements, then champions and classes, like champions separately, classes separately, and then advanced elements that seeing people brew with it and like tinker around is really, really cool. And like you said, locals is the place to do it, so do
Absolutely.
not be afraid. Be inspired by Arcalo, even if he lost on stream. He still brought a deck. He went 2-2, which is pretty good. It's not like, oh, he had a miserable time and didn't play. Even this last round, he took a game home. So it's
Mhm.
just don't be afraid to experiment. It's really fun.
Yeah. And this particular experiment, like you were saying, I think the deck shows a lot of potential. So that's very cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoyed it. Obviously, not to discredit Jacob at all. He played really well. His deck is awesome. It's just something that we see a lot more of. Like, even if he has his like personal touch to it, we see water fractals a lot more than we see water Crexnite. So obviously my eye first goes to that, but yeah, both of these decks are really cool. And like, I think it was also awesome to see Caben bring it to London, because he showed that if you play a deck that you're comfortable with and that you have fun and you know really well, you can still do well at an event. And like, if Fractals wasn't meta, it's still, I wouldn't say that it's meta right now, but he brought it to an event, he had fun, and he talked with it. So like, just play what you like, honestly.
I think Caven's list actually shows a really deep understanding of the current format as well, because it is an iteration on fractals. It's not like the same bog standard fractals we've been seeing, kind of event in, event out. The adaptations, bringing in the frostbinds, bringing in the acquiescing rejection, the same acquiescing rejections that we saw from Arcalo as well in the Lorraine deck. So definitely a card that's becoming more popular in the meta, and maybe in fact popularized by Caben at
Yeah.
London. So very cool to see kind of how even the old favorites are changing and adapting to the decks that everybody is bringing, and the stuff that people are putting together.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I have nothing more to add to it. You're absolutely right, and there's a lot of cool adaptations, and like seeing decks evolve even from event to event to event is really really fun and like really sweet to see. And but like you saw, speaking of events, we're kind of gonna have an empty week next week. Unfortunately, there will not be an online locals. However, that doesn't mean that you don't have content for every single week this event, like this month. Uh, we are going to have online regionals hosted on the True Champion Gaming channel on Sunday, because Saturday is Valentine's Day. If you guys forgot, let your loved ones know and then you love them. You should by default, but Saturday is the day to like enjoy it, and then Sunday be ready to spend the day gaming and playing at an online regionals. And then next week on the 19th we will not have online locals. However, that stream on the 22nd. So keep an eye out for that. And I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of cool things coming out of the Creator Summit as well. Like, there is no way that there won't be like shorts and live streams and fun things. So I think keep an eye out for everyone that we've seen post so far. It's looking to be a very stacked event.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to all the
Yeah,
Pantheon content that's going to be
yeah.
coming out of there. It's going to be very cool.
I need a greater boon for my deck, guys. So please, like, I don't know, bribe weebs. I need it. I need to have it because I have two decks. One of them's mean, one of them's nice, and the mean one doesn't have a greater boon yet. So just like, can we nicely ask weebs to give us a good greater boon and a creator summit? Someone, please just ask in my name. I'll be really grateful. Unfortunately, we did not hit 100 viewers for the stream, so we didn't get to see a boon. But I appreciate everyone that showed up and tried. Like, it's amazing of you guys, and the community is really awesome. So thank you for showing up. Don't forget to like and engage and show that you were here. We appreciate you. We love you. Jim, I'm really tired.
So say we all. Yeah, I think this is a great point to end. I think you covered a lot of ground, and I'm glad that you told everybody about all the stuff that's coming up. So this is probably as good a point as any to move on, call it a night, and say goodbye to all our loyal fans.
Yeah, it's good night. Go sleep. I will let you finish up with your thoughts, Jim.
Well, thank you. No, I don't think I have much more to say. I think you covered pretty much everything. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for supporting us and watching Grand Archive with us. It's always a pleasure. Um, but on that note, I think I'm calling it a night, and I think Clem is also calling it a night. So thank you all for being here, and catch you folks on the next one. Have a good night.